Okie doke. So we're going to start up now. We're going to start by going to the shared Google Drive. I sent you guys, once again, 2 links, one to the Zoom and to join the Zoom class and register for it. The other one for this, to the shared Google Drive and access to materials. Now, the slideshows that we have, like you see up on screen right now, which we're going to be going through, they go over some of the things that are required in order to get your license, the qualifications and all that good stuff. But before we go into that, I'm going to start by opening up this welcome letter from the director. Okay, this is in the shared Google Drive as well. So in the shared Google Drive, let me open that up in the web browser. The link, when you click on the link in the shared to get to the shared Google Drive, it will actually take you, here. All right, now in this folder, you could see, supplemental materials, slideshows used in class, updated regularly. These are the actual slideshows I'll be teaching you with. So you guys will have access to the slideshows that I'm actually teaching class with. Then we have chapter quizzes and such from this and other versions of the book in there for you guys to, if you wanted additional quizzing materials. Okay, student attendance record. You only need this if you're gonna be mixing classes up, so we can keep track of what class you sat in, when. You'll keep track of your own attendance and hand this in at the end of the day when you're done with the class. If you're not going to just be sitting in this class, but you're going to be mixing in other classes as well for some reason. All right. So the shared materials folder right here, if we enter that, I have all kinds of materials that I'm going to be using and showing you in class, from forms that I'm going to be showing on screen. I'm going to be casting them on the screen here, to the PSI testing booklet. The PSI is the exam center that where you take your state exam, and how to register for that and all that stuff. They go over questions, how many questions on the exam, all that stuff about the exam is covered in that little booklet there. But we're going to go over that stuff too. There's a new student package in here though. Okay, you see this new student package? This was just updated. I'm going to open it up from my computer, because if I open it up through the web browser here, it seems even smaller for you. So I'm going to open it up directly from my computer so you can see it in larger type, and that's this. Okay. This is the basically the welcome letter from the director, which that's me. Hi, I'm Victor. Also be your instructor for this class, this day class here. All right, now some of the things here may not apply to you as much, because they talk about coming to the classroom, so we'll skip over those items. But let's see, class B must be paid in full before your school hours and exam results will be processed. If you've been convicted of a felony in the last 5 years, especially conspiracy to defraud, etc., you probably won't get your license. So you can let me know by sending me a private IM. Make sure you don't send it to the whole class, and then you can bail out and you'll get a refund minus your book cost. Okay, if you lose your book, you're going to need to pay $42 to get another one. And that includes if you want a digital book, or if you have a digital book and you want a hard copy, well, it's another book. So that's going to be $42. However, that fee is going to be going up in January, because the book manufacturer notified us that costs are going up 10% this year. So I think the cost of our class is going to have to go up too. All these services keep raising their costs because, well, what the hell, everybody else is, because COVID, right? That's the excuse for everything these days, right? So let's see, no refunds after this class has begun. You started it, you're here, the change your mind last minute. What can I tell you? The only thing is if you have the felony, the convictions here. Now, students will have 6 months to complete this course. How long do you got to complete this course? I want you all to say it.
6 months. 6 months.
Okay. You see that interactivity? I expect that throughout this class. I'm going to be asking you guys questions throughout this course to make sure that you're here and present and paying attention and actually getting the material too. Okay, so it keeps you interactive too, you know, from falling asleep on some dry material here. All right, so you got 6 months to initially complete this class, which includes passing the school exam. Okay, the Real Estate Commission says you have not completed your education requirement just for simply finishing the 75-hour course. You must also take and pass a school exam. Once you've done that in 6 months, within 6 months, then we can process your information onto the state, and then and only then will we send you your completion certificate. Can't send you a completion certificate if you haven't really completed. Got it? Now, you have 1 year of free retakes of this class, though, that we give you. But that's not to certify those hours and those exam results. That's only for if you want to come sit in and get a refresher again before you go take the state. You follow what I'm talking about? Now, if you didn't complete your school requirement within 6 months, we do allow a one-time extension for an additional 6 months, but it's going to cost you another $100. Okay. 6 months is plenty of time. This is a 2-week class. You shouldn't need 6 months, right? It's very generous. Okay. Let's see, turn off cell phones, silent mode, all that stuff. Well, you guys are at home. As long as you don't disturb the class, most of you probably be on mute most of the time anyway, unless you're answering your question, right? You got kids yelling in the background, TV blaring. Well, you probably shouldn't have that so that you can learn, you know, but please keep it on mute. Eating and drinking, well, you're at home, so I don't care about that. See, that pertains to classroom stuff, you know, keeping clean, smoking, all that stuff. Let's see, parking, highlighters. It's a good idea to have them as well, because I'm gonna be telling you to highlight a lot of stuff in your books. Okay, you probably should have about 2 of them that you'll need, depending on the size of them, to complete your highlighting. But I have notes I'm going to dictate to you as well to make some corrections. Even though this is the 15th version of the Essentials of New Jersey Real Estate, 15th edition here, it's got a bunch of mistakes in it. So we're going to have to try to correct them and write them in. But either way, the slideshows that I have, they're like the notes that I dictate to you anyway. So some of these slideshows are pretty good. Either print out individual slides. Don't go printing them all out. You're going to waste a whole lot of paper. Just some certain ones that you need, or you can just snap a picture of it with your cell phone. All right, now, all right, so students must be present for a minimum 80% of this class time. So 75-hour course, you can't miss more than 15 hours of class. So if you have to miss a day, as long as you don't miss more than 15 hours of class, you don't have to make it up. All right. But to make up the content, I am recording these classes. I will then upload it to YouTube, to a private channel on YouTube, and I will share those links with you for the class. For example, I have a class links Word document in that shared Google Drive. If you were to click on it, it opens this. It looks like this. You see this? The first things up here are a list of recorded class. It's a playlist for the recorded classes. So you guys will have access. You can watch these videos over if you didn't get the lesson first time, or if you missed a day, you can make up the content here. You can't make up the hours here, but you could make up the content at least, okay? And get the lesson still taught to you. So I do that for you guys, and then you'll have access to these. This class links Word document's pretty good too, because I have a list of basically all the links that I share with you in this class. There's also some additional materials here that you see in the email that gave you access to this shared Google Drive, right? Some of the, although these older version ones may not be available anymore, I don't think. But I have some audio recordings here about test taking tips and bonus materials. Here's our social media links, you know, like our Facebook page. We have some content on there I refer you to sometimes. You should go there. You should like it. You should love it. You should share it with your friends. We do give away free stuff every now and then too. So there's another reason, my little bribe to you, okay? So that's our Facebook page, facebook.com/Career Path Academy. All right, and you know, we have our YouTube channels. But once again, I'll send you those links, and you also have them right here. So I will add another link up here at the top for your class. So here, I'll start it off by just typing this in right here right now. And your class is starting on 12/06/2021, and there will be a link there after today's class is recorded, and then I upload it to YouTube. Then we'll start that playlist, and I can share it with you tomorrow, and I'll also post it here. Okay, good. So on here is also a bunch of links to let's see, study materials. Sometimes people ask for additional resources. Well, there's a free flashcard app called Quizlet. If you never heard of it, it's an app you can run it on your cell phone. You could run it on your computer. You can look up the title of this book, Essentials of New Jersey Real Estate, and look it up on Quizlet. And you can see flashcards that other students have made for getting their to learn all the terminology. Because taking this real estate class, I like to refer to it as learning a new language in 75 hours. Okay, not an easy task. Okay, so you're learning the language of real estate. You're going to be learning a lot of terms and definitions. Sure, you'll be learning some laws and concepts and some math too, but the majority of this exams that you're going to get is going to be the terminology. You do good on the terminology, you guys will do good on the exam. All right, so this flashcard app is a pretty good thing. Some people write them on paper. Well, here's a digital flashcard you could have with you. And you don't have to start from scratch. Many people already created them. You can pull in their flashcard sets, merge it with your own, make it your own. You can edit them, change the wording if you don't like how they worded it, etc. Some people like or ask me all the time and like those online exam testing practice. Okay, usually you have to pay for those. Here's probably the best one that I have ever found. It's prorealestateexam.com. Whoever created this, they must have something to do with the state, because they use the type of terminology and wording that we do here in New Jersey. Most of those other ones I found out there, even though they say they're made specifically for the New Jersey real estate exam, you could probably find it branded by that same company for all 50 states, you know, but they use the same wording. It does not resemble what the New Jersey exam looks like, okay? This is actually probably the best one that I found. It helped me when I got my salesperson's license, when I went again for my broker's license, except it used to be a lot more expensive back then. I think it's about 60 bucks now, okay? Here's some links to the fingerprinting page and all that, because you're going to need to get fingerprinted, all that. See, these are the links that will be in this slideshow. All these resources, all these links are in these slideshows too. Okay. And it goes on and on and on. And when you get to if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, here we go. It tells you, I take the same information that's in that PSI testing booklet in the shared Google Drive. However, I broke it down for this particular book that you guys are using. It tells you how many questions are on the state exam on each topic. So, statutes and rules governing licensee activities. There's 22 questions on this topic, and they come mostly from chapters 1, 2, and some from 18 and 21. Agency conflict of interest requirements, disclosures, trust. Actually, I should update this a little bit, because it actually comes from 1, 2, and 3. So those first couple chapters we're going to go over is where the majority of these questions are coming from out of this. General principles of agency. That's all chapter 3 stuff. 13 questions from the exam. Wow, these first couple chapters seem like they're going to be important, right? Property ownership, chapter 8. I'm sorry, 8 questions on this. They come from mainly chapters 6, 7, and 19. You see how I broke it down for you for this particular book? You could find out what chapters that this information is in to study. All right, so let me actually just close this one out. I don't need this class links Word document open. And we're back to the new student package here. All right, so I told you you're going to need to pass a school exam. Let's first talk about this. Okay, so the hours, like I said, you need to be present for 80% of the hours. We track the hours through your login in Zoom, and we also do polls. I'm going to throw out a morning poll. I'm going to throw out an afternoon poll. I throw out polls there for the attendance. Let's see, create one here. Okay, so I throw out the polls for the attendance probably before lunch and again before we leave for class, just to make sure people are there and paying attention. But the attendance is really tracked through the Zoom logins and activity. It sees your monitor, that your screen has activity and movement, but if you don't have that on, it tracks it through the audio. Make sure that you're moving as well as the login. Okay, so there's a couple ways that Zoom does this. All right, now for that exam, school exam, state exam, it's 110 questions on the exam. Passing score is 70%. You need to get 70% of 110 questions correct. State exam will probably give you 120 questions, but only 110 of them are graded questions. Okay. They give you 4 hours to take the exam. We give you 4 hours to take the exam. All right. It shouldn't take you anywhere near 4 hours to take the exam if it doesn't need to study. Now the school exam is given online now. So we have a third-party provider that's delivered through securely. So because of that, there's an additional $20 for each 2 attempts when you take the exam, but you get your answers, you get your answer right away, whether you passed it or not. It doesn't have to go to the school, wait 3 or 4 days to get graded, etc. So it automatically gets graded and you get your results right there. So the way that this works to register for the school exam works like this. Let's see, let's open up a page and we go to Career Path Academy, anywhere on our website. 1 second as it opens. All right, so on the left-hand side here where you registered for the class and all that, you can, here's a link for Start the Salesperson School Exam. Oops, zoom too much. Start Salesperson School Exam, Salesperson School Exam registration. You guys see this? Same place where you registered for the for this class and paid for the class. Okay, you click here to register for the school exam, and it gives you the information about registering and taking the exam. Here's the information about paying for it. You can either do it through Zelle, PayPal, credit card, etc. If you do it through the credit card or Zelle, you use this stuff here. And then just below that, there's the registration form. You fill out all this information about your class and yourself. And then it does not immediately give you access to the exam. After you fill this out, it sends me an email. So I have to then verify that you've paid for the exam as well as registered for it. Then I have to confirm through Zoom records that you finished the hours, the required hours of attendance here. And then I enter you into the exam system. So then you can come back to, that link is also right here on this page or over here, and you can click on Start the Salesperson Exam. And it tells you 4 hours, tells you some information about testing and how the testing system works. And right here is the actual exam itself. It's built into our website. You see this? We have it fed into our page. Although we don't host it, it's fed into our website from a different provider. So then you put your information in here and continue. It'll ask you a couple more questions and you could start the exam and take the exam right here on our website. Okay? That's how it works. That's the school exam. Any questions so far?
No.
All right, cool. All righty, so let's see back here. All right, according to rec rules, that's the real estate commission. They're the ones that give us our licenses and they monitor us. So they tell us to tell you this statement: a year is a year is a year. You know what that means? Not a day more. You have 1 year from the day you pass the school exam to get your license. 1 year from the day you pass the school exam to get your license. So what's required to get your license? Well, you need to complete the education requirement. Well, you did, you passed the school exam. Now you need to take and pass a state exam. You need to get fingerprinted. And then you need to find a broker to affiliate with so that you could hang your license under and to activate your license for the first time. And so once you pass that state exam and you get fingerprinted, you can take the paperwork from both of those. You're going to send it into the state along with a broker's check or a money order, no personal checks, made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey for $160 to activate your license for the first time. And that would be good for 2 years. Well, if you have it for the full 2 years, otherwise it's everybody's license renews the same time, June 30th of odd numbered years. Okay. So depending on when it is that you get your license would dictate whether you're going to enjoy that first full 2 year before you need to renew. All right. And by the way, I got my information here. My email directly is here, victor@careerpathacademy.com. And the emails, I also emailed you guys my cell phone number as well. But if you call the school, you'll get me. If you text the school number, the 732 number, you won't, because that's not a cell phone. My number is a 9081. Okay, so let's go over this. Here's some of the questions to qualify for licensure. I think I may also have this built into the slideshows of the class, but we'll see. We'll just go over it through here. So before you can get your license, New Jersey requires that all applicants for licensure as a real estate salesperson, broker, they possess good character, trustworthiness, honesty, and integrity according to NJSA, that's New Jersey statutes. You see this, it says 45:15-9. Well, that 45:15, anytime you see that, this is something we're going to learn about. That's New Jersey real estate licensing law. So anytime you see 45:15, that's the proper way to read this is Title 45, Chapter 15. Now this is subsection 9, okay? But Title 45, Chapter 15, that is the real estate law. If you see Title 11, Chapter 5, those are rules and regulations from the Real Estate Commission themselves, which the politicians who make the law gave the Real Estate Commission the authority to create additional rules that'll be just as enforceable as the law, but they call it the administrative code. All right, so either way, according to NJSA 45:15, to enforce this requirement, all applicants for licensure must submit a criminal history record check, and the Real Estate Commission does that background check. That's why you get the fingerprinting. In addition to, and you pay the $160 to get your license the first time. Usually when your license is $100 to renew for every 2 years, the first time you get it, it's $160. Why the extra 60 bucks? Well, $50 goes to an FBI background check and $10 goes to something they call the guarantee fund, which we'll be discussing later. Now, in addition, presuming you successfully completed the course at the time you take the state licensing exam, you'll be asked to provide responses to certain screening questions. And we're going to have them on the next page here coming up. The questions are related to statutory qualifications of receiving a high school, real estate license. Among those, you have to be at least 18 years of age or older. You have to have a high school education or its equivalency. They also require an absence of any convictions for forgery, burglary, robbery, or any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense. If you did those within the last 5 years, you're not going to get the license. If it was over 5 years, you still could get the license, but they're going to look into your background. Okay. Now, as was noted above, the law also provides an applicant for a real estate license must establish their general good character, honesty, trustworthiness, integrity. Thus, convictions for shoplifting and other offenses or other convictions specified in 4515, which occurred more than 5 years ago, or the loss of a real estate or other professional license for cause, may constitute the denial for the license under the application. Consequently, the commission considers the date and nature of all the convictions. So it may or may not. You could still get your license possibly if it was more than 5 years ago, provided that you show remorse, whatever you did. You've changed your evil ways. You're on the right road now. They believe in redemption and all that good stuff. So provided they'll look into your background and what the deal was if you were ever arrested for something like that. And other indicia of applicant's character, honesty, trustworthiness, integrity, and evaluating the applicant's qualifications for licensure. All right, now the purpose of this notice is to urge you to consider whether any such incidents in your background serve to disqualify you for licensure from getting your real estate license. If you have any questions, you could ask one of their investigators at the Real Estate Commission at this phone number. But once again, they cannot give you, in most cases, no conclusion can be reached whether you're absolutely going to get your license or not. But you can seek guidance from them. Ultimately, they have to look into the background to tell what really happened. Why is that? How come they can't give you an absolute determinative answer at the end of the day? Well, I'll tell you why. I'll give you an example of somebody who took my class once before. I go through this at the beginning of every class. Now, this is when we were doing the in-person classes at the time. Guy never mentioned anything after I read this off. Then at the end of the course, took school exam. At the end of the course, he hangs around, asks me a couple questions. Sure, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have. He asked a question, basically, I got arrested and I'm waiting conviction now because it was found guilty because I had some drugs. All right. What drugs and how much did you have? It was some weed. All right, well, weed's not a big deal, especially now in New Jersey, since they pretty much decriminalized or they're not prosecuting people for small amounts. How much did you have? 12 pounds. Yeah. And they were all individually wrapped, but it was for his head and not for distribution. Okay. Across the street from a school zone. Okay. And I had some meth too. All right, dude. First of all, you probably don't meet the qualifications to get the licensure simply for your character. Second of all, you're probably going away for a while. Having all those drugs individually wrapped across from a school. Yeah, you're probably going to get arrested for dealing. You're probably not going to get your license. And that's something that you should have mentioned earlier on. I don't make these determinations, neither does the investigators over the phone, because they need to look into it. Like the way the guy explained it to me. I got busted with a little weed. What's a little? 12 pounds. Okay. It's more than a little, So should you pass the exam, you'll be required to sign a form which answers the screening questions referred to above. Okay, form's part of your application for licensure. When you're taking the state exam, it'll ask you those questions. You're going to answer some of those questions when you're taking the exam. It'll give you the same qualifications, and they tell you like you're better to err on the side of disclosure rather than you're saying. Let's see, the form is part of your application. Providing false information in response to your screening questions is grounds for denial of your application or suspension or revocation of any license that may be issued to you, and the imposition of substantial fines. Okay, You can't lie on licensing applications. It is a crime. Therefore, it's always better to err on the side of disclosure rather than to question it in any way. Okay, so depending on how they ask the question, have you ever been arrested for something versus have you ever been arrested or have you ever been convicted? Okay, answer the questions however they ask them, but I think they ask it both ways anyhow. Just be honest, because they're big on honesty, and the lie may end up being bigger than the crime. If you were ever arrested for something, it may not prevent you from getting the license, but lying about it would. You guys following me? You get busted with a little weed or something, don't worry about it. It's not going to prevent you from getting your license. But if you lied about it and they find out about that you lied to them, the lie would prevent you from getting the license. Okay, so here's a new document they sent me the other day. Has this really been updated? Yeah, they updated a couple things. So the next step in acquiring a license is to make a reservation to take the state exam. I'm going to show you how to do that. We got it built into the slideshow where you would click to link and register. But you know, if you go and try to register for the state exam through PSI now, it's not going to allow you to, simply because you have not completed this course and I did not enter you into their computer system yet. When you finish the school requirement, pass the school exam, I enter all the students' information that you provide to me into an Excel file that I then have to upload to PSI, the state's testing center. Then their computers will do whatever they do to that Excel file, and then they'll generate an email and they'll send you out an invite to register, to go to their website and register to take their exam. State exam can be taken in person or online. Okay. Any questions yet?
Yeah.
Yes, you had a question or no? Okay. So psiexams.com is where you would go to register for that and where you can get that handbook. But I also have that handbook, like I said, in that shared Google Drive. Let me show you again. In the shared Google Drive folder, you see it says PSI test booklet bulletins. This is the last time it was updated, 6/1. Okay, that gives you all that information. Now, at the time of the examination, you'll be asked to provide responses to certain screening questions. A lot of that is the same stuff I just read to you. You just got it repeated here in another form. Everybody here graduate high school or get a GED?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, I used to tell everybody at the beginning of this class, you need to be legally able, you don't need to be a citizen to get your license, but you need to be legally in the United States and able to work, basically have working papers. But about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now, our governor signed into law in New Jersey, which they signed it into law. I don't know how they do, but they did sign into law that you don't even need to be legally in the United States to get a professional license in New Jersey. So we're a sanctuary state. So basically, you can be here illegally and get a professional license, a real estate license, a doctor's license, you know, any kind of profession that requires licensing. Now, I asked the Real Estate Commission, well, how is that going to bode as far as their other requirements, which basically say you have to be honest and not have broken any laws and, you know, all that stuff. How does, you know, how is that play when you're granting a license to somebody who's not here legally? They did this. We didn't have a case that anybody tried to yet. Hopefully one of the other professions of licensing have to deal with it before us, but the governor didn't give any guidelines on how to do that. So basically they're playing politics and political games. So They gave a guideline that says you could be here illegally and get your license, but they didn't say exactly how that's going to work out. So don't ask me any questions about it because the Real Estate Commission don't even know yet. Okay, so, but I know that if you're legally in the United States with working papers, it's not going to be a problem. If you're here illegally, you could still get your license, but how is it going to work? And I don't know. Couldn't tell you anything beyond what I found out from the Real Estate Commission, just sharing that, passing that info on to you guys. All right. Now to register for the fingerprinting, you go to uenroll.identico.com. Now I will email you this along with your completion certificates after you pass a school exam. There's a service code here and all that information you need to know. I basically will email you guys the link to get fingerprinted. You have to go to the Real Estate Commission's website. You have to print out a form that has all these service codes and such on it. And then you go to that uenroll.identico.com, plug in this service code so that they know what agency is going to be getting your fingerprinting results, the Real Estate Commission. All right. And then you can schedule the fingerprinting. All right, next thing. Here are the screening questions they actually ask you. Ready up? Here we go. With the exception of motor vehicle violations, have you been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, or disorderly persons offense in the state of New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government, or are you presently on probation or parole? Is there a criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge, criminal accusation, criminal information presently pending against you, or are you presently under indictment in New Jersey or any other state or federal government? Or are you presently enrolled in any PTI, pretrial intervention programs, or any similar state or federal government program involving the deferral or disposition of sentencing in a criminal matter? Have you ever had a real estate or professional license or certification or similar credential revoked, suspended, surrendered in lieu, that means instead of, a formal prosecution or denied in New Jersey or any other state? Do you currently are you behind on child support payments for more than 6 months? That may not prevent you from getting your license, but it could definitely delay it a bit. But you could still get your license if you're behind in the arrears. It is possible, you know, if you explain to them, I need this job so that I can make money, so that I could get caught up on my child support. Okay. It depends on how you answer the questions, basically, how you explain that. Because if you answer yes here, they're going to look into it a little further. You can explain to them what it is you're trying to do. And if you explain it in that way, it should not be an issue, provided that is what you're trying to do. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Are you under the age of 18 at the time of taking this examination? You have to be at least 18 years of age or older in order to get your license and in order to take the state exam. Do you now hold or have you ever held any license issued by New Jersey Real Estate Commission? Anybody here ever been licensed as a real estate agent or broker in New Jersey?
No.
No.
Okay. Are you a high school graduate or holder of a GED? Y'all said yes already to that. And do you currently hold a real estate license issued in another state? All right, now I'm going to ask you guys another question. Anybody here live in another state, or does everybody here live in New Jersey?
I live in New York, but I'm moving to New Jersey.
All right, well, that's all right. Doesn't matter if you live in another state. The only reason why I ask you is because if you live in another state, they're going to ask you to sign an additional document, which I don't have up right here on the screen right now. It's called an irrevocable consent to service of process. It's basically a document giving your consent to come to be sued in the state. So basically, anytime you violate the law or somebody sues you or something, you have to sue them in the county where they live, in the state that they live. Now, New Jersey Real Estate Commission is not going to give you a New Jersey license unless you agree in writing to come back and have charges heard against you here in the state, so they're not chasing you all over the country. That's all that's about. Okay. Okay. Now this thing, when you guys registered for this class, I actually integrated this into our school registration for the class itself. So you don't have to sign this form. I had you check it off in order to continue with registering for this class. You had to check off and confirm this. Okay, here's that thing about a year is a year is a year, not a day more. Apparently the Real Estate Commission is sending this out to schools because they get people still calling them and going over a year, trying to get a little extension so that they can still get their licenses. And they say no. Okay. So you've been informed by the school that a year is a year is a year. What does that mean?
You have exactly 1 year to take the exam.
And not a day more.
Not just to take the exam, but to get the license. That includes fingerprinting and affiliating with a broker and having all that stuff in the mail to the Real Estate Commission within 1 year. Now you don't even have to have it in the mail now. You could take it to your brokers, and your brokers can actually activate your licenses by uploading the paperwork to the Real Estate Commission. Your broker would have to do that though.
How do you find a broker?
We're going to go over that shortly. In this welcome package, some of these pages, when we scroll down a little bit further, I also prepared a nice list for you of questions to interview brokers. Okay. Some of you may have been sent to your bright brokers. Okay. I'm not trying to chase you away from your brokers, but I'm here for you guys. Okay. So I'm going to give you a bunch of interview questions that you could ask brokers, things that would be of interest to you. Okay. We're not going to go over all these questions on this list, but I'm just going to show them to you because at this point, you probably won't understand what half of them mean. Okay. So we'll, as we get through the class, you'll start learning things and you'll understand those questions better of what I'm asking. I'm sorry.
I thought very interesting.
Okay. All right. So you have to pass the state exam. You got to submit to the fingerprinting process. You got to meet with your employing broker because when you pass the state exam, they give you paperwork that your broker needs to sign, confirming that you in fact are going to be working under them and that they signed an employment agreement with you. And then make an application to the Real Estate Commission. Basically, you submit this whole thing as a package with the appropriate fee to get your actual license. Okay. And I'll show you in the slideshow, we'll give you the links and I'll show you where you could, how you could find out when you actually get your license because they don't actually mail it to you. They just add you to a database and you have to keep checking that database. Once your name is in that database, boom, you're licensed and you can start working. But it doesn't take long. All right. I've been informed that I may have difficulty scheduling the fingerprinting process, especially during peak times of the year. Okay, because the state uses the same fingerprinting center for, it doesn't matter if you're getting a teacher's license or a real estate license or a nursing license, professions that require fingerprinting, they all go through the same company, you know, so certain times of the year may be peak times for those fingerprinting centers. So make sure that you register, you give yourself enough time, sufficient time to don't wait till last minute to try to sign up to get your license, because a year is a year is a year, not a day more, right? If you do not make the application for licensure by your eligibility expiration date, you will be required to retake this entire course again and follow the initial procedure for licensure. And I am aware that there are no exceptions. Y'all see that? This is the Real Estate Commission. It has been emphasized, I must remember that a year is a year is a year, not a day more. All right. Plus, I got it on the video here that I've explained it to everybody here in class. Okay. Plus, it was part of your registration for the class. Now, here is the 2 pages of sample interview questions for your brokers when you're looking for a broker to hire you. You walk in the front door of any brokerage, just about any brokerage will hire you. I say just about, not everyone, but most of them would probably do it. most of them have now hiring signs out front year round, right? So here's a bunch of questions I have put together to try to help you select a broker. And we'll go back and I'll reference some of these questions as we go through the course. I'll tell you, it's in that job interview packet that I provided to you. Now, once again, this is called the new student package. I think I may have it in the shared Google Drive as simply a separate document as well. Let's see. Yep. See, it's called interview questions. You see it here? Interview questions. Right there. All right. All right, that's that. Guess what? We can get started in learning now. Y'all ready?
Yay.
All right. Did anybody enter the class since I took attendance earlier? Anybody here new that was not here before?
Valerie, Terry, I'm here.
Okay, Valerie, you weren't here before. Let me just mark that down because.
I had difficulty logging in, but I've got it.
Okay, now I just wanted to take note of it here because I was trying to keep track of everybody. And like I said, we do attendance through the Zoom records, but you know, first day of class and such, when people are signing in, not having difficulty getting in, I like to reach out to them later and find out why they couldn't make it or if they had difficulty or what have you. Okay, so let's see. Okay, Valerie, Terry. Okay, yep. Gotcha. Okay, so we're only missing one. No Ayana Edge yet. No Ayana. Okay, so we're only missing one person. Actually, two. Summer Phillips. No Summer, no Ayana. Okay. Sorry about that. Just doing a little housekeeping. Okay, so let's see. Let's get started, shall we? So this class, we're going to be going over this book. Everybody got the book?
Yes.
Yes.
Essentials of Real Estate, 15th edition we're going to be using. So I updated the slideshows to correspond to page numbers that are in the 15th edition. If you have an older book, the 14th edition version, the page numbers may be off by a few, okay? But we're going to be going according to the 15th edition book now. Once again, if you needed the 15th edition, wanted the 15th edition, it's $42 for the book, okay?
Are we allowed to keep this book?
It's yours. You paid
Okay.
for it. It's yours.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, it's part of the course. I included it into the class, into the price. Okay. Now, the only thing different in this newer version book versus the older version book is this newer version book, for some reason, they did not include the Realtor's Code of Ethics in there, but I'll show you a link where you could get that stuff online if you're interested. You're going to need to take a class for that anyway at some point in time to become a member of the Realtors Association. Okay, so anyway, in the back of this book, we got a glossary. We have answers to the exam or the chapter questions. Let me put a little sticky pad note on mine for that. On page 585 in the back of the book, guys, that's where you could find the answers. At the end of every chapter, there's little quizzes and stuff like that that you guys can take for yourselves to try to brush up on your knowledge after we finish each chapter. Well, the answer keys in the back of the book on page 585. Okay. Then we have the administrative code. That's Title 11, Chapter 5, the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, printed in the back of this book. Rules, rules, rules. More rules, 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 rules. A lot of rules, huh? This is why your
Really?
broker needs to supervise you. You know, they don't expect you to have all this crap memorized, you know, by the time you finish this class, you pass an exam. You still need to follow all the rules. So that's why you got to be under a broker. So even though you'll be an independent contractor, most likely, you still need to follow all these rules and you need to be employed under a broker. Okay, now here are the licensing law, Title 45, Chapter 15, law, laws. A lot of laws, okay. And then we have a directory of the Real Estate Commission members, let's see, and some contact numbers. Chapter 23 and 24 are full sample exams for you. So you don't necessarily have to go anywhere to buy them. Chapter 22 is all about math. We
What if
ain't
you're
taught
not-
that chapter? Because we're going to do math problems as we come across them. That's how I like to do it. So this way you're not playing hooky in the day that's all math. Because some people hyperventilate when I say the word math. You know, on the state exam, you're going to have maybe 6 questions that are math. On school exams, 4. You know, you could get all the questions wrong and still pass the exam. So don't freak out when I say math. Plus, I'm going to show you an easy way to figure out the math problems. They're not that difficult, even the difficult ones. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not great with math.
Yeah, don't sweat it. I also put together a math how-to study guide for you guys. Although the videos where I do the walkthrough on how to do it, you could replay these videos and get the lesson taught to you again. It's probably a little bit better even than the printed guide now, you know, but I do have that printed guide in the shared Google Drive as well. Let me show you. So we go back to the shared Google Drive here, and in that supplemental folder, I have is it in the supplemental folder? I'm sorry, maybe with the slideshows. So yeah, let me go back one. Slideshows and links used in class. We click on that. There we go into there. Do I have the math how to student? No. Where is it? Supplemental material. It's probably in that supplemental materials folder. Math questions or print me math problems. Okay, see this? Math problems. That's the study guide I put together for you. But it's probably, probably going to be a lot easier just watching the video again of me teaching the class. And I have them built into the slideshow too. So you get that. But in the study guide, I show you step by step with directions, how to figure it out. Put the study guide actually together for instructors because some instructors don't know how to do math very well, and I teach them how to teach. All right. So let's see what else we have. In the back of the book, we also have, so chapter 22 is all about math. The math is not that hard. And then we have chapter 21. That's what we're going up to. So look, we almost cut the book in half. Stop hyperventilating, right? We don't have to go through all this material. We need to go through maybe half of it. Okay. But
Okay.
it's still a lot of material. Okay.
It is.
So you need to treat it like it's not a joke, you know. A lot of people are like, it's a real estate class, you know, big deal, you know. Well, it is professional licensing, and if it's a profession you wish to get into, you should treat it properly, you know. Give it the respect like if you're going to take a college class, okay? Even though it's not college, I'm going to be teaching you guys a lot of information, and a lot of it can be useful to you too. I like to give you examples and ways that it could benefit you in the real estate business too. All right, so we're going to start off by just cracking open the cover of this book. Just crack open the cover, just the cover. See it? And on the inside of the cover, we got stuff written here. These are actually some math equations, yeah. But the very first one in the upper left-hand corner, what does that say? Let me see if you guys can see that. It says, how many feet are in an acre? You see that? I want you guys to highlight it, just like I got it highlighted right there. How many feet are in an acre? There are 43,560 square feet in an acre. You need to know that number because school exam and state exam will give you a math problem that you need to know that number, and they don't give it to you. So if you don't know that number, you ain't getting the math problem right. So you need to know that number, study it. Okay. And then in the bottom right-hand side, there's also another equation there. You see, looks through to you because it's green. Okay. So you see here in the bottom right-hand side, maybe third paragraph up. There's a how to calculate interest over the life of a loan. Put a little box around that one too. That shows you the steps, but I'll show them to you as well on the slideshows. But there's the other important equation that I know they give you a question on the state exam about. To calculate the total interest paid over the life of the loan. So highlight that too. Okay. All right, so let's go page by page now here, a couple pages in. They don't call them chapters for some reason. They call them unit numbers now. I don't know. Change in terminology. Unit numbers are basically chapters. Turn a page, turn a page. So you can see what topics are covered in the different units or chapters. Then there's a little introductory to the book, okay? Getting started in real estate. There's an introductory to the book. It's not a bad little intro here. Read it on your time, talking about how to get started in real estate business. All right. How do you get started in the real estate biz? Then there's a little bit about the job description here on the next page, and it continues over about getting started in the real estate biz. Questions to ask your broker. Look, they even added it in this version of the book, some questions to ask your broker. And then about the authors, and then we're on page 1. So go to page 1. And I'm also going to pull up the slideshow at this time. Boom, boom, boom. Page 1, chapter 1, real estate licensing. So who must be licensed? Okay, so in this chapter, you're going to describe different classes of the real estate licenses, including the qualifications for and exemptions for licensing. Explain licensing procedures for New Jersey as well as out-of-state residents, which I already went over with you. You just need to sign that informed consent to service the process, the consent to be sued in the state. We're going to learn about rental referral agencies and some other stuff as well. So who must be licensed? Okay. My slide here basically goes over the things I'm going to have you highlight right here on the first page. But I got it all in one neat little place, the specifics, and I spell them out a little bit better. So we'll go over the book. I'm going to tell you what to highlight. The very first sentence here. Anyone who's taking part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration must have a license. You guys highlight that first sentence, the very first sentence of the book. So, possible question on exam there. You need to know who needs to have a real estate license. Now, state of New Jersey created the licensing regulations for what purpose? Well, let's highlight licensing regulations were created to protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. Hopefully you guys will have some scruples, so you don't have to worry about that, right? Now, in New Jersey, licenses have been administered by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission since 1921. Before that, licenses were not required in New Jersey to be involved in the real estate biz. So any old snake oil salesperson could get their license. So, but now Since 1921 in New Jersey, they required licensure. And those licenses have been administered by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, which is a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance in New Jersey. So they fall within that department. Now, there's 2 bullet points here. Highlight the Real Estate Licensing Act is known as Title 45, Chapter 15. And where it says Licensing Act, I want you to write just above it, NJ statutes, New Jersey statutes, 45:15. NJ statutes 45:15. Because Title 45, Chapter 15 is the way to read it. But on exams, they'll probably just have it listed like this, 45:15. And they usually refer to it on exams as New Jersey statutes, not the Licensing Act or licensing law, but New Jersey statutes. Trying to teach you for the exam, trying to comb you for the exam, okay? Groom you for that. And I'm going to give you a cross-reference throughout this book as we go through things. At the end of that bullet point, right, page 436. That's where the laws, remember when I showed you there was laws printed in the back of the book? Well, those are started back in 436. If you actually wanted to reference the law at any point and see how the law is actually written. Because as we go through this book, you guys will see all the things that we're learning are the law just placed in English. Okay, because if you go to page 436 and you look at the very first thing there, it's going to be talking about the law, the first thing in 45 chapter 15, title 45 chapter 15, which is who's required to have a license. Okay, and we just went over that here in this paragraph spelled out in English, okay, instead of legalese. All right, the second bullet point, we're also going to highlight that. Rules and regulations are set up by the commission. That's the Real Estate Commission, known as Title 11, Chapter 5. So just above or below Title 11, Chapter 5, write 11:5 like this. And it says called the Administrative Code. And afterwards it says Administrative Code, you're going to write page 483 because that's where that is printed in the back of the book.
What page are we on?
We're on page 1.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we just highlighted those 2 bullet points there. Okay, so on page 1 under who must be licensed, we highlighted the first sentence on there, and then in the second sentence we highlighted licensing regulations protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. And then we skipped down to the bottom and we highlighted those 2 bullet points. And above the first bullet point where it says Real Estate Licensing Act, we wrote NJ statutes like this. And then we wrote 45:15 above where it says Title 45, Chapter 15. We just wrote it like this as because that's the way that you'll probably see it written on exams. They probably won't have it written Title 45, Chapter 15. They probably won't have it all written out like this. It'll probably just say 45:15. Now we're not going to get a lot of these. We're going to get these 2 that you must know, 45:15 and 11:5. What is 45:15? That's the law or New Jersey statutes. There you go. And Title 11, Chapter 5, that's the Administrative Code. What is the Administrative Code? The rules and regulations created by the Real Estate Commission. Who makes the laws or the statutes?
Politicians.
There you go. The politicians do. So the politicians gave the powers because they don't know everything about the real estate business. So they passed on some of that powers to the Real Estate Commission that does the regulations of this stuff. So they allowed them to create additional rules and regulations based on the law to get into the weeds of things, so to speak, and those things are enforced just as much as the law. All right, Page 2. Turn to page 2. But before that, we could take a little break and watch this video of this charismatic fellow. Some of you may recognize him from a Bravo TV or whatever. He's Ryan Serhant, one of those $1 million real estate agents or whatever. Now he's pushing a book, that he wrote or whatever in his downtime in COVID. But it talks about how to start a real estate career. And there's some solid info here. So I like to play it and let you guys watch it. All right.
Welcome back, everybody, to another desk video where I answer your toughest, hottest, most in-depth questions about real estate, success, entrepreneurship, life, anything that makes sense. And today, one of the most trending topics that we found is people are looking for how to get into real estate. That is that simple, and that's what we're going to talk about right now. These are my 3
Oh, sorry about that. Just shutting off my video here.
steps for how to get into real estate. Now, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's 2021, it's a year of change. Maybe you've lost your job, or maybe you quit your job because you were like, screw this, Biff. I don't want to work for you anymore, selling toilets. And you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what that guy on YouTube does, that guy that sells real estate. Didn't he just sell a place for $132 million in 2 days in Palm Beach and break a world record? Yes, he did. I want to go do that just like me. And that's why we're all here, right? That's why you're here with me. I understand. I totally get it. So step 1 for getting into real estate, you need to be licensed. Now, same thing like driving a car, right? Or being a lawyer, being a doctor. You cannot do any profession in this country or anywhere that affects other people's livelihoods, both physically, mentally, and financially, unless you are licensed through an accredited school by the state. So in New York, you get licensed, and there is a 75-hour course.
Just like
you can
New
do it
Jersey.
online these days, or you can do it in person. I still think they're doing it in person, but mostly you can do all of these things online. And wherever you are in the world, in the United States or any other country, you can look up, go on the internet, you can look up real estate school, okay? Real estate license. And where you are, there are probably a handful of different schools, and you can take the course. And you go through and you learn about super simple things like, what is a house? What's an appraiser? What is this law? What is this? What is ethical? What is not? And it's a lot of information that you will never, ever, 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 ever use again. But isn't that what school is all?
That's not 100% true. All right. Some of this information you will be using again. But there is a lot of information that you won't. So I agree with him partially.
About? Yep. And when you're done with the course, you're going to take a school test, most likely. Okay. And in some states, it's different. Some states you can take the school test over and over and over. Others, like Florida, you get to take it twice. And if you fail it, then you got to wait another 30 days. Right? In other countries, the rules are completely different. Every municipality has different rules for how to get into real estate. And in some countries, you don't just do it in 75 hours. You have to go through an intense real estate program that lasts years and years and years. Once you pass the school test, then you sign up to take the state test. But the state test is harder. So make sure you study. I know I make selling homes seem super simple and tons of fun. I do it in YouTube, social, all over $1 Million Listing on Bravo. But there's a seriousness to the work, right? And there's a massive level of responsibility because you are advising people on probably their biggest purchase or sale in their entire life. You have a fiduciary now to that client that you are taking on a significant amount of responsibility when you work with your new clients. And know too, that you have to eat what you kill. The minute you get that license, you're not making money tomorrow. There is no paycheck rolling in every Thursday afternoon or Friday. 82% of people who get their real estate licenses quit within the first year. But let me tell you this, if you have an entrepreneurial spirit, and if you want to work just for yourself every day for the rest of your life, And if you don't want anyone breathing down your neck, telling you should be doing this, doing that, and you want to make as much money as you can, being a real estate agent is an amazing, amazing, amazing career. So step one is getting that real estate license. Step two, to getting into real estate, you need a sponsoring broker. Typically, an agent who's been in the business for at least 2 years, who's sold enough real estate to be able to apply.
3 years in New Jersey. So in New York, you could become a broker after 2 years, but in New Jersey, it requires 3 years.
Apply for the brokerage license, which is separate course, separate tests, the whole thing. And then that broker can start bringing on agents underneath them. So you need that broker, which is a brokerage company like myself in New York, Serhant, or like Keller Williams, or like a Century 21, or Coldwell Banker, or the agency, or all of these companies. These are called brokerages. You go to one of those brokerages and you interview. You say, I'm a newly licensed salesperson. I am hungry. I want to hustle. This is where I live. This is what I know. I would love to work here. And there's a good chance that they could give you a spot. But you need that sponsoring broker to go online, okay, under the state's website and select your name next to your license and associate your license with their brokerage. Once that's done, then you can start running around the streets, talk to all your friends, everybody, tell them you're all in real estate and that you're ready to help them buy or sell or rent any property ever in that state. Now, step three is the one you're gonna like the absolute least. What the fuck do you know about advising people on buying or selling homes? What do you know? Step three is the most important, and it's now you need to train with that sponsoring broker. Typically, every brokerage has a training program, and you can go into that training program, and hopefully you can find a more senior agent who's really busy, and you can be their apprentice, okay? You can go into a mentorship program, a shadowing program, and then you can learn underneath that agent while you do all the work that they don't want to do anymore. And that's
Well, there's a lot of different ways that the training could go down. It could be formal classroom training. It could be an apprenticeship like that. There's a lot of ways that it could be done. And those are some of the questions that I have for you in the sample job interview questions for the brokerages, because it's very important to find out what kind of training they offer in the office and if it's free. You know, there's I can't stress how important getting training from your brokers is going to be, because I'm training you here how to pass how to gain the knowledge to pass the licensing exam and to learn some rudimentary real estate skills and the knowledge. But your brokers are the ones that are going to teach you how to get the business, how to step-by-step close a transaction and all that. I mean, I will go over some of that stuff in this class, but that's not what this class is really meant for. So I'm kind of limited on how deep I could get into that, okay? But I do give you guys a lot of additional information that will help you out. But your brokers, that's their job to really be doing that, okay? He's just talking about one method there, which would be that apprenticeship or shadowing another agent.
welcome back, everyone. What's this? And ask tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of questions. Okay. Now, if the brokerage that sponsors your license doesn't have that kind of program, then you can start looking for teams. There are plenty of teams. You could do the open houses. You could do the buyer showings. You could just be there as an intern, really learning.
Open houses is an excellent idea for you guys to get your, when you first get your licenses, you could ask other agents in your office that already have listings if you could do an open house for their listing. Anybody that walks into that open house is a potential buyer, and that would be your client. That's how you guys can get some clients at the beginning. So here's some tips for you right off the bat. And guess what? Sometimes these buyers have something they need to sell too. So those buyers can now, you could possibly get a listing of a house for sale from a buyer that walks in that front door if you ask the question. You know,
with that team and seeing how they operate. What is the life of a real estate agent like? Really? What do they do when they come into the office first thing in the morning? What do they do at the end of the day? What do you do when you talk on the phone to somebody you've never spoken to before? What do you need to know? Are you going to go show a home? You don't know anything about the home, who built it, what kind of wood siding is on the house, when the chimney was built, the last time it was inspected. There's a lot of work you're going to need to do. And there's a lot of information you need to absorb. It's going to take some time. So being on a team is a great way to really just shotgun into the business, because you're going to be helping out a bunch of different people, and you'll be surrounded by a good family atmosphere, because teams stick together. If you're on a team, don't just.
He's also pushing teams because that's brokerage. Okay, so that's just one way to do it. You could be working on your own. You could work on a team. Sometimes teams work, sometimes they don't, depending on how that team is managed. Okay. Being on a team is basically a couple of real estate agents working together. So if one's sick, one's not out, one's not able to do something, the other one will pick up their slack, you know. And they usually have their own assigned duties and what they're going to do as well. But there's a lot of ways to get into the real estate business. You get in on your own, work underneath the broker, get the training from them, and still be independent. You do everything on your own. Working in a team, you could have one person that does the mailing, the faxing, the emails, the communications, setting up the appointments. Another one's actually going out on appointments and showings, and the other one's going out specializing in listing presentations and what have you. So you could have multiple members on teams to do this, or you could just be Lone Ranger, you know?
Sit there and get people coffee and do their contracts and print things and scan things because that's what they told you to do, and then say, hey, you never promoted me. No. Do that stuff because that's what you were hired to do, but then start to be the role before you are the role. So you want to be an agent on that team, step up early. Don't wait. Tell them you're happy to take that client out. No problem. What are they looking for? If they want something that's $10, no one else on the team wants to do it, you'll do it. You know why? Because you never had a client before in your entire life. You'll do it. Step up. Let's go. Do the work. Put in the hustle. Be the role before you are the role. That's what Fake Money Energy is all about. My first year in the business, I made just over $9,000. But your first couple of years, especially your first two, you need to think about the real estate business like that. Okay? You probably didn't go to grad school. If you did, good for you. And if you didn't, no problem, because now you're about to get into the greatest career ever known. Okay? But it's going to take you a couple years to really start getting things rolling. Like I'm doing.
It don't take a couple of years. When he says really start getting rolling, he means to get the momentum and really start making the money in the real estate business. But you could still start making decent cash when you start early, but it does take a little while before it gets started. You're not going to be getting paychecks rolling in the first week you start there. Look, on average, it takes 60 days to close on a real estate transaction. So let's just say that you get a client that wants to put an offer in on a property your first day in the business. You got 60 more days before you close on it, and then your broker has up to 10 days to pay you after that. So you're looking to get your first paycheck 70 days into the business. So you guys got to be aware of that. Don't go quitting your day jobs just yet. You know, there is a little lead time or lag time in there before you actually start seeing the paychecks. But in the meantime, you can make some money by doing things like broker price opinions for banks, basically pricing of properties for banks. Not appraisals, because we don't do that. That requires licensure as an appraiser. We could deal with renters. You know, that's a quick couple $100 here and there. All right, but just be aware you're not going to be getting that paycheck right away.
Deals right now with clients that I've been kind of talking to, entertaining, I've touched base with for the last 7 years. Okay, but now they're my clients right now. They want to go now. Good thing I talked to them 5 years ago. Things take time. It takes time to build up trust with people where they're going to work with you. So your first couple of years, you're going to run around like a crazy person. And that's what we built the course for, so you can kind of know what to do. So those are the 3 steps that you need to know on how to get into real estate. You do those 3 things, and you are on your way to becoming a successful real estate broker, no matter where you are in the world. So, all right. That's the end of this desk video. If you liked this, especially this type of video, hit that like button because you.
All righty. That's enough for him. Okay, so, but he goes over some solid points there, and I'm repeating them all the time, and you could hear a charismatic person who's a success in the business tell you a little bit about his take on it, okay? So, all right, the real estate commission, that's the REC. for short, and that's how we're going to be referring to them throughout most of this course as the REC. That's the Real Estate Commission. They're the ones that give us our licenses. They're the ones that also come after us when we violate the laws. Okay. So they're a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance, the DOBI, and it consists of 8 members. Okay. And those members can be found on page 424 if you cared. Okay. 5 of them are real estate brokers, and they've been licensed as real estate brokers. They've had their broker's license for at least 10 years. 2 are members that are chosen from the general public. I don't know the selection process, so don't ask. And 1 is the appointed by the governor. So every time the governor changes, that dude or chick changes. Okay. Every time, because every governor wants to have their own people in the heads of the different departments of state that reports back to them. Okay. So how many members on the Real Estate Commission? 8. We're going to highlight this on page 2.
8 members.
Yep. Then the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, and then go down just below that and highlight 8 members. Then skip to the end of that line, of that second line, and highlight 5 are real estate brokers who have been licensed as such for at least 10 years. 2 are chosen from the general public, and 1 represents the Department of State Government. All members serve 3-year terms. But the
I
governor,
don't see that on page 2.
under Real Estate Commission.
Oh, okay.
But the one that's selected by the governor, they can serve a longer term, right?
Well, they all serve 3-year terms, but they all can be dismissed earlier at any time. They all serve 3-year terms, but they could be reelected to it too. You know, just like any politician can, they could be reappointed or reelected to it, or whatever their selection process is, however that goes, you know. But the basic term is once they've been installed, they're there for 3 years. Could they renew it for another 3? Sure. All right. But the governor also can replace them at any time, because the governor is the head of state in New Jersey, and the governor can hire or fire anybody that works for the state, right? Next up, here are the 4 license types. We're going to go over them here under the real estate licenses, but before we go over them here in the book and me telling you what to highlight here in the book, I like to just go over this slide. I put together this slide and I prefer my explanations of them. We're going to have to, when we highlight the stuff that you need to know here under real estate licenses, we're also going to be making notations and underlining and stuff into the book, or you can just look at this slide right here. All right, so there are 4 license types: broker, broker salesperson, salesperson, and SLWRERC. That stands for salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company, formerly known as a referral agent. Okay, so we're going to go over all 4 of these right now. So let's start off with broker. Okay, a broker, every company has only one real estate broker. That person is in charge of the company which they own or they've been appointed to manage. Okay. Every company, every real estate company, doesn't matter how many offices or branch offices they have, there's only one broker or broker of record working for them. Okay. That's the head person in charge, the big cheese, you know, the person that everybody's answerable to, and the person who also can be held liable for things that you do wrong if you're licensed under him or her. So the broker is the only person licensed to charge the public for fees for services and hire licensees like you. Every agency only has one broker, which is also referred to as the broker of record, because they're responsible for record keeping too. They're responsible for providing office space and guidance and direction to their licensees under them. Now, guidance and direction does not mean training. The Real Estate Commission does not care if your broker trains you or not. All they care about is that you are not violating the law. So this is why I keep stressing to you guys, it's very important to find out what kind of training your broker offers, if any. The broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction to make sure you're not disobeying or breaking the laws and rules and regulations. Well, what are the laws, licensing law known as in New Jersey? Title. A licensing law is known as.
Would it be Title 11, Chapter 5?
The law is 4550.
Oh, no, 4515, and that other one, the administrative code.
Which is the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, also known as the Administrative Code, which is Title 11, Chapter 5. Okay, so that's why I had you guys highlight that. Study, study, study. All right. So the broker's the only one licensed to charge the public fees for services performed. So how do you guys make money? Well, you're working as a licensee under the broker, so you're allowed to charge the public in the name of the broker under which you are licensed under. Now, the broker salesperson is someone who also has a broker type license. They have the same education, they took the same exams as the broker did. However, they're choosing to work under and in the name of another broker in a sales capacity or as an office manager. They will be referred to as the broker salesperson. You know that they're not the head person in charge of the company because they're a broker salesperson. The person who's the head charge, that's the broker of record or simply the broker. Right? Now, if your brokerage has more than one office, they have branch offices, each office must be managed by somebody. Only somebody with a broker type license can manage an office, either whether it's a real estate broker or a real estate broker salesperson is required to be able to manage an office or a branch office. Salespeople or unlicensed people can never manage a branch office or any office for that matter. Now, salesperson, that's a license that most of you here are probably here to get, works under and in the name of only one New Jersey sponsoring licensed broker at a time. You could only work under one New Jersey broker at a time. You could be licensed in different states, in multiple states with a different broker in each state. But in New Jersey, you could only be licensed under one broker in the state of New Jersey at a time. And then that broker is responsible to give you the guidance and direction and provide that office space and make sure you're not disobeying the laws, rules, or regulations. Everybody with me?
Yep.
All right. So a salesperson works directly with clients and customers. We're going to learn the difference between what a client and a customer is in the coming chapter here. They could send referrals to brokers or to other agencies. Okay, so what's a referral? If you know a buyer, a renter, or a seller, or what have you, you can, they're moving to a different state or a different area of the state that you don't cover, that you don't particularly work in. Well, you could refer that business to another company or another agent. And when they close on the transaction, they will pay your broker a referral fee, and then your broker will pay you whatever your split is with your broker. Okay, that's how referrals work. Now, the referral agent is SLWRERC, salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company. You don't need to memorize this. Just when you see these letters that are jammed together like that, just know they're talking about a referral agent. Okay, so salesperson licensed with a referral company. In the past, there was only a real estate brokerage. If you have a real estate company, it's licensed as a real estate brokerage. Now there are two license types for a real estate brokerage or a real estate company. There's a real estate company or real estate brokerage and a real estate referral company. A referral company only hangs the licenses of referral agents. They do not work directly with the public, the general public. Okay, they only hang licenses of agents who are not actively working with clients. They are called referral agents.
Hmm.
Now, why would somebody want to get a referral agent license that does not work directly with clients and customers, people from the general public? Well, if we go back to who must be licensed, let me back this up a second here. Anyone who's taking part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration must have a license. So let's say that you guys have your career already. Your career, I don't know, you're a nurse, you work in a dentist's office, you're a paralegal. One of these, that you got your career, you're not looking to change it, okay? But you come across people all the time who are looking to buy or sell, or this one got divorced, or this one died, or this one got married, and they're going to be looking to buy or sell or what have you. And you come across those people. You could always say, hey, I got a great agent I can refer to you. And then you don't have to work directly with them to try to market their property for sale or help them find one. You refer them to this agent. That agent then works with them. And when they close on the transaction, before they get paid a commission and split it with their broker, they take a percentage of that total commission and they send it to your company, your broker, and then your broker splits that with you. They call that a referral fee. Okay. And then the person doesn't even need to know that you're licensed as an agent. But in order for you to get paid in regards to that transaction, that referral fee, you have to have a license. And that's what a referral agent would be. Now, all these license types, broker, salesperson, salesperson, are required to take what we call continuing education classes to renew your license every 2 years. Referral agents are exempt from that. They don't need to take that. They don't need to, there's a lot of things that the referral agents do not need to do that brokers, salespersons, and salespersons must do. Like taking the CE classes every 2 years. They don't need to carry errors and omissions insurance, which is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance, like a doctor would carry. We also are members of MLSs. Referral agents won't be, because in MLS, the multiple listing service, is how we share our listing inventory with other agents out there. You know, the inventory of the properties that we have for sale or rent. Referral agents, they don't need that because they're not working directly with clients. Okay. And before you could become a member of an MLS, you're required to be a member of the Realtors Association. Referral agents don't need to be a member of a referral real estate, the Realtors Association. Okay. So those are some differences in how the referral agents can also be licensed, earn a commission, and save money too, because they don't have to pay for all these additional expenses. Now, they're restricted from working directly with the public. They could only refer business prospects, which we refer to as leads, to their broker. And then that referral agent can only be licensed under an agency licensed as a referral company. This is not a traditional brokerage, but a referral company, because there's 2 license types for real estate brokerages, like I've explained. Now, they're exempt from continuing education classes to renew their licenses, like all these other agents need to take. And only a referral company, not a typical real estate brokerage, can hire a referral agent. Okay, so we're going to go over, we're going to do some highlighting there, but let's first finish off this slide. What are the 4 license types?
A broker.
Broker, salesperson, and referral agent.
You notice I never said realtor.
No, you never said that.
That's not a license type. A lot of times people call up school and they're like, yeah, I want to get my realtor's license. I don't correct you right here. I'll do it in class. Okay. There is no such thing as a realtor's license. A realtor means that you're a member of NAR, the National Association of Realtors. All that is, it's a trade group. It's a trade association, and its members who are licensed in the real estate business, they call them realtors. So what does it mean to be a realtor? Well, you have some sort of real estate license, and you paid membership dues to become members of this trade association called NAR, the National Association of Realtors, and therefore now you are one of the members, so you could be called a realtor or a realtor associate, to be more correct. Technically speaking, only the broker can be a realtor, and everybody associated to that broker, affiliated with them, would be a realtor associate, technically speaking. Now, are there salespersons out there that have realtor written on their business cards? Sure, but they shouldn't. It should be technically realtor-associate. Okay. Now, so the realtor is not a license type, or realtor associate's not a license type to be a member of the Realtors Association, NAR. But they do follow a strict code of ethics, the Realtors Code of Ethics. And this is a training class that we need to take once every 3 years now. It varies, you know, sometimes they've changed it. It used to be every 4 years, then they changed it to every 2, then every year, and now they changed it back to every 3 years. So you got to take that every 3 years. But once you get your real estate license, I think it's within, I forget, don't quote me, and within 60 to 90 days, you have to complete your Realtor Code of Ethics training class, which I have a link here to, which you could, no, not on this slide. Okay. You need to take it every 3 years, and you can take that online or in person. Now let's go over these in the book. Let me have you highlight all the things, all that information that was right here on the slide. Let's do some highlighting and some editing and all that. Get your highlighters out. So we're going to highlight: a broker is authorized to operate a real estate company and hire salespersons and to charge the public for services. Every real estate company must have one person, and underline the words one person, who is authorized as the broker for the entire company. And at the end of the line, highlight the term broker of record, because they're also often referred to as that broker of record. All right. In number 2 here, they do it in a little different order here in the book. Number 2 is the salesperson. I pretty much highlighted the whole thing. And just on the 3rd line where it says the supervising broker is required to furnish guidance and direction, from the 3rd line where it says is required to furnish guidance and direction, I put a little arrow in the margin and I wrote office space. Your broker also has to provide office space. In New Jersey, if you are licensed as a broker, you must have a physical place of business. There's no such thing as virtual brokerages. You have to have office space. So the broker has to have an office space for all their licensees to work out of. Okay, that doesn't mean you're getting your own private office. That means that they got to have an office space. It can be a shared desk that everybody uses, you know, but they have to have office space, a physical place of business for the business. Then I pretty much highlighted the one sentence there under number 3, the broker salesperson. And in the margin next to it, I wrote, you know, off to the left there, I wrote, to manage an office, you need a broker or broker salesperson's license. To manage an office, you must have a broker or broker salesperson's license.
A broker or what? Say that again.
Broker or broker salesperson's license. Broker dash salesperson's license. So a salesperson can never manage an office, a brokerage, but a broker salesperson can, because they have a broker type license.
Okay.
And then under number 4, just highlight the title, salesperson license with real estate referral company, or SLWRERC. And just above where it says SLWRERC, I wrote the words referral agents, because that's basically what it is. It's a referral agent. And then I highlighted the last sentence under that. SLWRERC must be licensed with a real estate referral company, not a real estate firm. They mean not a typical real estate firm. All right. So y'all got that. So once again, I got this slide once again saying there's 2 different types of brokerages. You have your traditional real estate brokerage that hangs the licenses of all the agents who are actively working in the company. But then you have a referral company, which only hangs the referral agents, or the SLWRERC licenses. All right, so how much does it cost to initially get your license? This is not here in the book. This is spread out throughout the book. So I just put it neatly on one slide here for you if you wanted to. Snap a little picture of it, print out the slide, whatever. I put this together for your convenience. Otherwise, this crap is spread throughout the chapter here, okay? To initially get your license, so you can see this actually, okay, some of this is on page 7. You can see this little chart, a chart like this. Well, not really. Mine explains a little bit better. They just talk about the different license types and the cost of them. So a salesperson and referral agent's license is what you would qualify to get on your completion of this course, and passing a state exam, of course, and getting fingerprint. So the license type is $100. When you first get the license, it costs more. It costs $160. Why? Well, $100 for the license, $50 goes to the FBI background check, and $10 to something that's called the guarantee fund, which we're going to learn about a little bit more later. If you're getting a broker or broker salesperson's license, which you guys cannot do yet because you need to be licensed full-time as a salesperson for 3 years in order to get that. But when you do first get a broker or broker salesperson's license, the license is $200. Then $50 for the FBI background check, and then $20 to the guarantee fund. See, so everything except for the FBI background check is double the cost, right? Than a salesperson. It's $200 instead of $100. Guarantee fund, $20 instead of $10. Now we'll learn about what that guarantee fund is. So a total of $270 to get your license as a broker initially, and $160 to initially get your license as a salesperson. And then every 2 years, it's renewable for $100. Every 2 years, you need to pay to renew your license. See, so cost to renew. Salesperson, referral agents, $100. Brokers, broker salesperson, $200.
But you have to become a realtor first for 3 years before you become a broker?
A realtor?
Yes, a realtor.
What is a realtor?
A salesperson.
Person.
All right, there we go. So I'm going to call you out on these things because I want you to start changing the way you think. A lot of times people just get in that habit calling them realtors when that's not the license type, okay? So I'm not picking on, this is our safe space where we all pick on each other, get all the questions right on exam later, okay?
Okay.
All right. So yes, you have to be licensed full-time as a salesperson for 3 years before you could go back to school and take the broker's class and take another exam, school exam, state exam, to get your broker's license or broker salesperson's license. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Don't worry, we'll be going over it again too. Okay. So license renewals, what does it take to renew your license in 2 years? Well, licenses must be renewed by June 30th of odd numbered years. Odd numbers, we're in 2021, that's an odd number. 2022 is an even number here, okay? So we just renewed our licenses this year, okay? June 30th, okay? So if you guys get your licenses now, when do you need to renew your license by?
June 30th, 2023.
There you go. All right, now you're getting it. So if you don't renew it by June 30th of the odd year, is your license still good on June 30th? Yes, it is. The very next day, however, it becomes inactive because you didn't renew it. Now, does that mean you got to go back to school, start all over again? No, you could still reactivate your license within the next term. And how long is a licensing term?
2 years.
2 years.
3 years.
So 1 term, 2 years, 1 term, 2 years. Okay. So what if your license becomes inactive? Can you reactivate it?
Yes, you can.
How long do you have to reactivate it?
Within the next
2
licensing
years.
term, 2 years.
In the next licensing term, which is 2 years. Okay. Now we're getting that. Okay. So there's a question on that on exams too. So important to understand. This is the tricky part though. Sometimes you got to see the way they word the question. If they word the question, when does your license expire if you didn't renew it? Everybody studies June 30th odd years, June 30th odd years, June 30th odd years. And like, oh, your license expires on June 30th if you don't renew it. You need to renew your license by June 30th, but it's still good on June 30th. The next day, however, July 1st, it becomes inactive. Now, if you don't renew it within that next licensing term, which is 2 years, then your license becomes void and you need to retake the whole class over again, take the exams over again and start at square one. All right, so don't let that happen. So let's go down to below the bulleted list of the numbered list of license types. And we're going to highlight all initial, renewed, and reinstated licenses are issued on a biennial term that cross out the word that says expired and write must be renewed there in its stead. So you highlighted all initial, renewed, and reinstated licenses are issued on a biennial term that you cross out the word expired and write must be renewed. And then continue highlighting on June 30th of odd numbered years.
I don't see that. Where you at on that page? I don't see it.
Well, you're under the class of licenses still. 1, 2, 3, 4 licenses, page 2. The 4 license types under on page 2.
Okay, I see it. Now, what did you say? Cross out what?
The last word on that first line there. So you highlighted that sentence. All initial, renewed, and reinstated licenses are issued on a biennial term that expires June 30th of odd numbered years. You highlight that sentence, but I want you to cross out the word expired and next to it or above it or what have you, I want you to write must be renewed because your license does not expire on June 30th. It just needs to be renewed by then.
Okay.
So I don't want you studying a term that could be misleading to you. I want it written the proper way for you to understand it. So if you're just studying from the book, not my slides, you'll understand. I want you to study the right information, basically. And then we're also going to highlight Realtor and Realtor Associate are used by members of the National Association of Realtors, a private trade association that has no connection with state licensing. And then I want you to underline has no connection with state licensing. Because if you violate some of the rules of the trade association that you're a member of, is it going to affect your real estate license? No, not necessarily, not unless it also violated a law, right? Because the Realtors Association has nothing to do with state licensing. If you don't renew your realtor's dues, does your license expire?
No.
No.
No, because you don't need to be a member of a realtor association to have a real estate license. Just to become a member of the MLS, you do. That's a requirement of some of the MLSs. All right. So everybody caught up there, right?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, another custom slide I put together that breaks away from the book and where we're sitting at here at the book right now. You should probably take a picture of this slide because it has everything you need to know about CE in one place, where the book may be spread out a bit and still may not have all this information there. But this stuff is covered on page 6 and 7, but not everything on 6 and 7. Instead, I have it here in one space, okay? So in order to renew your licenses, you need to complete 12 hours of continuing education classes within every licensing term. So we call them 12 credits, 12 hours of class. Well, each credit is equal to 1 hour of class time. Got that? So the CE classes must be approved and registered by the NJ Real Estate Commission. You can't just take any class to count as the credits. CE must be completed 2 months before license renewal. So April 30th of the odd year, you need to have completed your 12 hours of continuing education classes by then. Otherwise, the REC will charge you an additional $200 processing fee. Don't call it a fine. They get mad when you call it a fine. They say it's not a fine, it's a processing fee. They slapped a little lipstick on that pig, you know? You know, if I got to pay it and otherwise I wouldn't have to pay it, then it's a fine, you know? But they say, no, it's not a fine. It's a processing fee because you finished late and we last minute have to rush things along. Yeah, it's a fine. All right. CE classes can be taken in person or they can be taken online as long as that class is licensed and registered with the Real Estate Commission. Don't matter. And CE credits are required to change a license type back from the referral agent back to a salesperson. If you hang your license as a referral agent, you're allowed to switch your licenses. If you initially got your license as a referral agent, you can become a salesperson, but it would require you to take more CE in order to convert it to that license type. If you get yourself licensed as a salesperson, and after you guys get your licenses, you get a job offer in whatever profession it was that you were in before, and that you can't turn down. It's too good of a job offer. Do not let your real estate licenses lapse. You went through a lot of time and expense and effort to get it. Hang it in a referral agency. But remember, to hang your license in a referral agency, you can only hang a referral agent's license. So you got to convert your license to a referral agent. Costs $50 to do that, to change your license type. And then you could hang it there and you don't have to keep, all you have to do is pay the license renewal fee instead of, you don't have to take CE. You don't have to be a member of the Realtors Association paying realtor dues. You don't need to have errors and omissions insurance, and you don't have to be a member of any MLS. So you're saving yourself loads of money. And you could still hang your license to keep it active. Don't give it up. Someday down the road, you may want to try your crack at it again, you know, or maybe you just have a family member or even yourself who wants to buy or sell something. You could refer the business and still make money. But the only way to make the money off of it is to be licensed. So here's a little guide I have at this link that shows you how many additional hours of CE is required. CE classes are required if you're going to be changing your license back and forth like that. That's just a little guide for that. I don't need to show it now. You guys don't need to study it now, but I have the link here as well as in that class links Word document, which is on the shared Google Drive. Okay. So here's the breakdown of 12 credits or hours required for class. You can't just take 12 classes that are approved, 12 hours of classes that are approved. There's specifics in it. So half of those hours need to be in core topics, with at least 2 of them being in the topic of ethics and 1 in fair housing.
Hmm.
The remaining 3 can in any core topic. The remaining 6 hours or credits of classes can be any approved course, whether it's core, ethics, fair housing, or electives. And you could always check your CE credits after you take them at a school or wherever you're taking them. You log on to here. Here's the link where you could check the status of your CE to see how many more hours or if the school uploaded your credits so that you could renew your license. This is the official link for that. NJRECE, njrealestatece.psiexams.com. Okay. See, I'm starting you out by giving you guys a lot of great links and giving you guys these links from the get-go instead of having to try to figure it out and find out and research this crap later. A lot of agents don't even know where they got to go to get it. I'm giving it to you. Now, who's exempt from taking CE classes to renew a license? Well, we already learned referral agents, right? Also, newly licensed agents after June 30th in even numbered years. That's not you guys. This is an odd number year. We're in 2021. So if you take a class in even number years after June 30th, basically you're in a second licensing term. And when you initially get your license, then this class itself would count towards your CE. But you guys are taking it in the first term, so you'll get the benefit of the majority of the 2 years. So this class will not count as your credits towards your CE. You will still need to complete CE before April 30th of 2023, right? Now what happens if you don't finish it by then? What happens if you don't finish your CE credits by April 30th of the odd year? 2 months.
You'll have to pay an additional fee.
The $200 fee. And you still need to complete the CE to renew the license. And also, brokers who have been licensed as brokers for at least 40 years are also exempt. And you could find this exemption right here on the Real Estate Commission's website. See, this is their website, state.nj.us/DOBI, Department of Banking and Insurance, /division_rec. Now, they have all kinds of information on their website, but usually these bulletins that they put up there end up being an exam question. And look, I just clicked on it and I'm showing you, it takes you to this page that shows you about the bulletin and the exemption for brokers or broker salespersons that have been licensed for more than 40 years.
Hmm.
Okay. So if you want to highlight something about this right now, go to page 6 temporarily. We're going to come right back, but go to page 6. On page 6, under continuing education requirements for license renewal, in the second paragraph, we can highlight pretty much the first 3 lines there. The required courses should be completed on or before April 30th of the renewal year. The 12 hours must contain at least 6 hours in core topics, including 2 hours in ethics, 1 hour fair housing and discrimination, and 3 hours of other topics, totaling 6 hours within the core topics. And then the rest of the 6 hours, the other 6 hours can be in any approved class. The first paragraph talks about the, you need to complete, renew your license by June 30th. You need to take CE classes or get a $200 processing fee. But they don't get into the details as accurately as I have it specified on this slide. So, failure to renew. All right, and then also on that same page, under failure to renew, highlight the first sentence. If a broker or salesperson's license is not renewed for 2 consecutive years or more after the expiration of the last license, it then becomes void. And then we could go back to page 3 or 2 to be more specific. At the bottom, activities covered for requiring a broker's license. So when performing any of these acts for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, you need to have a broker's license or a salesperson's license who's licensed under a broker. When you list real estate for sale, do you need to have a real estate license to sell your own house?
No.
No, you do not. So this is, once again, this first sentence explains that. When performing any of these acts for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or anything of value. Okay. Sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate, you need to have a real estate license. To collect rents for someone else in exchange for something of value, you got to have a license. To solicit prospective purchasers or yeah, you know, this one here, this third bullet point, I actually got to live rent-free. I had an apartment for about 5-6 years. I was the superintendent of an apartment building because I had a real estate license.
Oh,
They gave me free rent to become the superintendent. They liked the fact that I could deliver those slide the paper under the door that you're behind on your rent and you need to pay it because you have to have a real estate license in order to do that. Otherwise, a building superintendent manager, they cannot ask people, they can't do any rent collection.
Is that only like for apartment buildings, or is that also like for multifamily homes?
For anyone else,
Oh, anyone else? Okay.
if it's your own house that you have a multifamily house and you're renting out the units, you can do your own rent.
Okay.
But if you're hiring someone else to go do that rent collection for you, they got to have a license.
Oh, interesting.
Solicit prospective purchasers or sellers. Okay, this usually comes into play when, as a new agent especially, you may want somebody to help you in your real estate business. And if that's the case, just keep in mind that if they're going to be soliciting, helping you trying to get clients, they got to have a real estate license. Can't talk to anybody on the phone soliciting business unless you got a license. Or by mail or what have you. Negotiate a real estate loan, a commercial loan. You have to have a real estate broker's license for that one, which is kind of odd, but it's the law. Sell lots or other parcels for a developer. You should be so lucky, right? A developer is a place where you can get all that new business from. Now, I got a video in a much later chapter that talks about how to get listings in chapter 11, I think it is, chapter 10 or 11. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it now. Okay, chapter 10 or 11. I got a video I'll show you about that. There's actually a class that you could take that'll teach you about getting that. Oh no, actually chapter 3, I think it comes up when we have classes that you could take for professional development. So in chapter 3, we're actually going to go over that. So probably tomorrow or the day after. Sell business opportunities that involve real estate. Do you need to have a real estate license to sell a business? No, not unless real estate you need to negotiate a lease or the sale of the properties going with that business. There's people out there called business brokers. They sell businesses all the time. They don't have real estate licenses. But if they're selling the real estate or renting the real estate that goes with it, then you need to have a real estate license. Or attempt to do any of the above. Now, you could also do this stuff with a salesperson's license. The only difference lies in that you are doing it in the name of the supervising broker under which you are employed, right? So it's all the same stuff. All right, now we could sell mobile homes too. If you go to page 3. After the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points, I want you to highlight a salesperson's license allows the holder to operate under supervision of a licensing broker.
Where's that at again?
After the 5th bullet point on page 3, at the top of the page. After those first set of bullet points, there's a sentence there in between that says a salesperson's license allows the holder to operate under the supervision of a licensed broker.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
Just highlight that. Okay, because remember, you cannot work unless you're supervised by a licensed broker. And then in that case, you could only work in the name of the broker under which you are licensed. Okay. And then you got a next set of bullet points there. After that, I want you to highlight licensees can broker the resale of mobile homes as long as they follow motor vehicle regulations, and they cannot sell new. Okay, so just highlight those 2 lines there, and underline the word resale so it stands out to you. We cannot broker the sale of new mobile homes. Why? Because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers, but we can broker the resale of them. Now, mobile homes are considered to be personal property, like your car. Whether it's a trailer home or self-propelled by a motor, okay? It's personal property. However, it can be considered real estate if the axles are permanently removed and it's mounted to a foundation. Then you got yourself a nice double wide, right? That's when they put 2 trailer homes next to each other.
Would that be considered like a manufactured home?
No.
No, okay.
Manufactured homes are actually built in factories in portions, and they kind of snap together like a Lego set.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Very different. Better construction in manufactured homes. You know, mobile home is basically a trailer set up inside like a home.
Okay.
You know, like a tractor trailer, really long, you know.
Yeah.
And you can make it so people would never even realize that if they looked at it by putting a double wide. You connect 2 trailers side by side to each other. Now it's like twice the width, really long. It looks like a regular house, you know. They even could put roofs on it. They could put pitched roofs on it, so it's not just a flat roof like a trailer would have, right? They could put a roof on it. They put stairs out front, and you'd be none the wiser. You know, if you're inside though, you could see that the materials the walls are kind of thin, you know, things, it's not as sturdy a construction because it's a mobile home.
Okay.
You see a lot of these in not just mobile home parks, but in some senior housing communities too. Some of the more less expensive ones, you can see that they have the double wide trailers and stuff, you know, but you don't need. A lot of times you can't even realize that they're double wide trailers that they put there because they made them look really nice. You know? All right. Exemptions. Who does not have to have a real estate license in order to sell real estate? So just highlight the title, exemptions. And in the first bullet point, highlight this, FSBO, FSBO. FSBO, pronounced FSBO, is short for for sale by owner. It's an acronym that means for sale by owner. And most of these would deal with for sale by owners. Anybody selling or leasing their own property does not have to have a real estate license. They're exempt from that licensing requirement. So are attorneys, executors, or an executrix. You know what an executrix is? It's a female version of an executor. Executor is somebody that's named in a will to manage the distribution of your assets according to your desires in your will. If that person's a male, they're an executor. If they're a female, they're an executrix. Trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, or others handling real estate under the order of a court, they do not need to have a real estate license. Banks and trust companies for properties that they own don't need to have a real estate license. Insurance companies for properties that they own don't need to have a real estate license. Now, there's an interesting question. The end of chapter 12, question number 12. All right, end of chapter, page 12, I'm sorry. End of this chapter, at the end of this chapter, page 12, question number 12. Attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, but an attorney who engages in a brokerage business must obtain a real estate license. Let's highlight that. Attorneys, that's underneath all the bullet points under exemptions. And then we're going to go and we're going to actually look at this question here in a moment. Attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, but an attorney who intends to engage in the general real estate brokerage business needs to get a real estate license just like you or I. However, they could get a waiver for this class because they took a lot more education classes in law than we did, but they still need to take the exam. Now, page 12, question 12, let me read it off. Let me see if I have it written here. No, I don't. Why don't I? Should write it in. Let me just look it up so I could read it to you really quick, okay? 10, 11, and I may actually write it up in a slide. I will. Come on back. Give me 1 second here. See, I sometimes improve these slides while we're teaching classes, and then I will update them at the end of the day in that shared Google Drive so that you have the latest updated updates. So.
Yo, your friend Sam does live on my fucking block, bro.
How do you know?
I just keep here. I'm walking.
Hey guys, gotta mute yourself there.
Dark through.
I'll mute them. We are recording this class, remember that. So mute yourself if you're gonna have separate conversations, because it is gonna be shared with the world, because I am recording it. All right. Anyway, should be paying attention in class anyhow. Here you go. The exemption requirement. I'm going to put in this question in here. Thanks to trust companies. I think it says insurance companies. All right, so I'm basically adding a question that's on end of chapter 1, page 12, question 12. The question is, which of the following, I'm going to be typing this in, which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? And the answer options are A, banks, B, insurance brokers, C, attorneys, or D, owners. And I'll show you, I just put that into the slideshow here. So tell me, guys.
Attorneys?
B, insurance
Insurance brokers.
owners.
Which of the following are not
Attorneys.
allowed to sell real estate without a license? We could go back to the previous.
Oh,
and
Attorneys.
let's look at the slide again here. Here's the exemptions. Okay. Exemptions for having a real estate license to sell real estate: for sale by owners, attorneys, executors, executrix, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, or others handling real estate under the order of a court, banks and trust companies, insurance companies. So which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license?
attorney.
D.
Well, hold on a second. You said attorneys. Let's
Insurance brokers.
Attorneys.
hold on. Jeez.
It's owners.
Hold on 1 second here. I'm trying to get back to the slide. Okay, here we go. So it's not attorneys, because if we looked at the previous slide, you got attorneys right here. Attorneys are exempt.
Okay.
They can sell real estate while handling, look down at the bottom, this qualifying thing here, while handling real estate in their normal practice of law. But if they want to engage in the brokerage business, then they need to get a real estate license. But attorneys are allowed to sell real estate without a license, as long as they're, for instance, you hired an attorney to handle your will, and now you die. Can that attorney be, if they're acting as your executor, can they, named in the will, can they be the one that sells your property, your house?
Yes.
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 That case, then they're acting in their normal practice of law. They don't need to have a real estate license for that instance. It's when they're going out trying to get listings and advertising and stuff like that. That's when they need to have a real estate license, like you or I. Okay, so it's not attorneys.
Banks.
Insurance brokers.
Okay, insurance brokers. Well, let's go. Here's the proper way for you guys to analyze a question. Here's the best way to do this for exams. Process of elimination. Can a bank ever sell a real estate without a license?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, for properties that they own. What about insurance brokers?
Yes, for properties that they own.
Well, hold on a second.
No.
No.
Oh, insurance
No.
companies. Oh, okay.
Companies versus a broker who's an individual.
That's where I was confused.
Now that's really the right answer, but let's make sure. Let's go down the list. We just went over attorneys, so we know attorneys, while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, are allowed to. But what about owners? Do you need to have a real estate license to sell your own?
No.
No.
Well, even if you weren't 100% sure on this one, you could still work your way down that it's probably going to be insurance brokers. Because banks can for properties they own. Insurance brokers, insurance company, if you're still not that sure about it, well, you go down, attorneys can, owners can. So by default, doing process of elimination, we could figure out it would be B. Okay, which it is the correct answer. All right. And why? Because the broker is an individual, whereas the entire company for property that they own, right?
Got it.
All right. Sometimes people ask that question, they can't figure, they're doing these questions at the end of the chapter. They're like, why is that the answer? I can't figure it out. Well, there you go. Okay. Payments for services. To be entitled to collect a commission, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. Where are we? We are on page 3 under payment for services. So let's highlight the second sentence that says it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. You must be licensed at the time the service is performed. And finder's fees, also referred to as kickbacks, that's money or gifts to unlicensed persons who refer buyers or sellers, is forbidden. All right. Now, brokers can only pay or share a commission with their licensees. So that covers all the license types that are licensed under them. With another broker when they pay out a referral fee, or to a buyer when they're getting a rebate. Now, this is a buyer of a primary residence. We're not allowed to give rebates to everybody. We could give buyers rebates only to the purchaser of a primary residence. That does not mean their first home. This could be their 5th home that they've ever owned in their life, as long as it's the primary residence that they will reside in. That's what a primary residence is. The home, the main home that you're living in. Okay. So we highlighted that second sentence there. It's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. And then I want you to turn that highlight into a box, a highlighted box around the rest of that section, everything above unlicensed assistants, which basically goes over what's on the slide.
Highlight the whole sentence, the whole paragraph?
I just put a highlighted box around it. Don't waste your highlighter. Just highlight that first sentence and put a highlighted box around these 2 paragraphs under payment for services.
Okay.
Because it talks about everything that's on the slideshow here. So who can we give rebates to? Buyers of a primary residence. Okay, so none of you are working with clients right now without a license, are you?
No.
Okay. And then, hey, if your friend says, hey, I got somebody who's looking to sell a house, just throw me a little something, something on the side when you close on the deal. You're not going to do that, right?
No, that would be considered a kickback.
It would be considered a kickback and it's illegal. Because why? Who can you pay as a salesperson?
No one.
No one.
Nobody. Who can your brokers pay?
They can pay us, the salespersons, the referrals,
To another broker?
another brokers. We're doing like I guess split or
Mhm.
something.
Yeah, for the referral. When they give out the referral, you don't pay that other agent directly. You pay their broker and then the broker pays their agent. Because once again, it defaults back to, let me ask the question again. As a salesperson, who can pay you?
The broker.
Broker.
Only your broker is the only person who you can receive compensation from. So you can't pay anybody. You can only be paid by your broker. And who can the broker pay? Any of their licensees, another broker, as in with the referral, or a buyer's rebates to the purchaser of a primary residence. Not for people who are buying second homes or vacation homes or investment properties or commercial buildings. Only to the purchaser of a primary residence can receive a rebate, which will be a direct reduction of our commission before our split with our broker.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll go more over rebates in the next chapter, I believe. All right, so we need to know what unlicensed assistants can and cannot do. And at the bottom of page 3, it starts there talking about what an unlicensed assistant is. Basically, sometimes you may find it beneficial to maybe get a secretary or somebody to help you out, whether it's your free child labor from your kids or someone else. There's certain things that you need to understand that they cannot do legally. And if we turn the page, we could see that list. On page 4, we're going to highlight, or you could underline it or put a box around that first sentence as a title that says an unlicensed assistant or secretary may not. That's actually, the book manufacturer should have done a better job with the highlighting. That should have been shaded maybe as a title or maybe underlined or something with your pen, so that you know that it's a title. Okay. And then if you go down 6 bullet points, there's another one of those titles that says an unlicensed assistant or secretary may not. And then underline or put that in a box or highlight it so you guys realize that that's a separate list. Okay. So let's go over those lists now one by one. An unlicensed person may not show property. You cannot send somebody out to show a property in your stead because you don't feel like going and running them around. You can't send somebody out without a license to do it. You definitely cannot give them your lockbox key or access, or give them the key to a house to show it. You want to get your license? Oh man, I'm going to show you a page. I'm going to show you something on the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's website in a second. Let me go there and try to pull up the page first. Yeah, actually. All right. So you're on this slide that says an unlicensed person may not show property. You can't send somebody in your place to show a property. Let's look at this section on the Real Estate Commission's website. This is their website, by the way. I'll post a link in the chat window to everybody. So you have the link to the Real Estate Commission's website. Boom, that's it. Here, there may be something of concern for you here. Online submission of new applicants for your licensing. So brokers can do that now online. Anyway, there's a lot of posts of information and notes that you may want to visit this page from time to time, or the licensing fees, all that stuff. Anywho, I want to go over here in this menu to enforcement activity. Uh-oh. Let's take a look in 2021, where we're the year we're in now. And they show this is anybody who's been found guilty of a crime violating a law, violating real estate licensing law in some way, shape, or form. It could be something minor. They were just issued a fine, or it could have resulted in their license being revoked, or something or other. All right, drug record of real estate. All right, let's see some of these, because I know there's one here that talks about showing property, and that's this very first one. In June of this year, this licensee, the commission determined that he demonstrated incompetency in that he purposefully left his clients unaccompanied by a licensee in a house, allowing them unauthorized and unsupervised access to the property. Okay. You cannot allow somebody to go see a house on their own, giving them the key or opening it up and leaving them there or what have you. Look what the fine was here. His license will be, let's see. His license is suspended for 30 days, and any license issued following suspension will be held on probation for a period of 6 months and a $2,000 fine imposed. So
Wow.
you cannot, you cannot do that. Here, I'm going to actually copy this link, and I'm going to copy that right into the slideshow too. I'm going to go back to that slideshow. I'm going to put that link into the slideshow there to use as an example, because I like to use some of these things as examples sometimes for you. So showing property, boom. Minimize that. Let's update it in the slideshow. I got that little link in there now too. Answer any questions about listed property. You guys ever call a real estate brokerage trying to find out how much a property was worth, or if it's available, or how many bedrooms or baths it had, and you're getting like the runaround? They're like, what's your name? What's your email address? What's your phone number? What's the name of your firstborn? But they're not telling you, you know, how much the house is, or how many bedrooms or baths, or if it's available.
Yeah, they don't give you any information other than like, we'll contact you with, or one of our agents will contact you or something.
Okay, now you know why.
Mm-hmm.
That person who answered the phone was not licensed. So it's illegal for them to even tell you if the property is available. So they would have to either transfer you to a licensee, but they probably didn't have one in the office at the time. So they had to reach out to one to have them call you back. That's why. Okay. All they could say is, it's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. Thank you for calling. Can we get your name and number? In case we get disconnected, we could have a licensee call you back about that property and the runaround that you get. But that's why they do it, because if that person doesn't have a license, it'd be illegal for them to. They can't make cold calls. I don't like making cold calls, and I got a license. You know what a cold call is?
No.
Getting a phone book. You guys remember what a phone book is? Starting to date yourself now with this term phone book. Okay, you get a phone book where you pull a number at random out of the phone book and you decide to dial that number in hopes that that person wants to do business with you. I would say that's a cold call because they didn't express any interest in real estate with you, did they? So it's not a warm lead because the person didn't reach out or express interest in it. It's a cold call. That's what cold calling is. You're calling people at random. It's basically those junk calls you get, like people trying to sell you car warranties right? Every day. So licensed agents that should obey all laws and reference the Federal Trade Commission's do not call list, the FTC's do not call list, before you engage in making any cold calls. But whether you're the licensee or you're gonna definitely don't have somebody else who's unlicensed making those calls for you. Discuss or explain contracts or any document with anyone outside of the brokerage firm. Not allowed to do that. I put a little asterisk next to that bullet point in my book and underline discuss or explain a contract. You're not allowed to do that if you don't have a license. Or make telephone calls for rent collection, unless you have a real estate license. You're also not allowed, unless you're being supervised and you're there with a licensee, if you don't have a real estate license, to host an open house or promotional booth, distribute promotional material, or attend a home inspection. If the licensee is there, you could do that with them, but you cannot do it on your own. Now, what are you allowed to do if you don't have a real estate license? Well, you can answer and forward calls. It's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. Can I get your name and number in case we get disconnected? And I'll put you right through to a licensee who can answer those questions, right? Process and submit listings and changes into the MLS. That's the multiple listing service. We often refer to it as a system because we think of it as a computer system these days, because when we get listings, homes that that we contracted with an owner to sell or rent, to find a renter for, we put them in a database, and this database is searchable by other real estate licensees because licensing law requires us to share all of our listings with each other, unless the owner expresses that they do not want them to. Well, we need to fill out input sheets. So I'm just going to show you what one of them may look like, okay? When we process and submit listings and changes into the MLS, an unlicensed person can put a listing in an MLS. However, they need to have a separate administrative login for an assistant. And they're not creating the listing from themselves. You already have the paperwork and all the facts and details. They're just doing the data input into that database for us. Okay, they're not being createful with the wording and how it's to be shown in that listing. So here is the Garden State, a link to the Garden State MLS, the GSMLS, and their property input sheets. Let's look at this one for single family houses. Open that up. Everybody see this?
Mhm.
All right, so all the fields in red are required entries, okay? But there's a lot of information we gather about the property that we put into the MLS. Even these ones that are not required, they're important. Put in there the color of the house, the color of the building, what schools that the kids would be going to, any additional questions that they may ask. Be careful about square footages. You know, so there's a lot of information we gather, and at the bottom of each page, the owner needs to initial. You see that? The owner's initials right here. A lot of information, everything about the roof, the siding material, parking, garages, directions, any remarks about you selling the property, about describing the features, or what we call puffing. You're trying to talk up the property for sales, as a kind of exaggerating as salesmanship, you know, this is a grand entryway, you know, with the sparkling floors you could practically eat off of, you know, it's talking it up a little bit. Nobody's eating off a floor, right? Room sizes, what floor that those rooms are on. You go over a lot of features, and there's a lot of information that we collect about a house, as you could see, as I'm on page 7 already of this listing form. Page 8, there's 8 pages to this listing for the Garden State MLS of information we need to gather. But we're only handing that information off to an assistant to put it in the computer for us, because obviously this takes a lot of time to put all this information in, right? Place signs on property, pick up keys, and deliver documents. But keep in mind, you cannot explain them, because remember, if you put a little asterisk next to this one, that's the 3rd bullet point under what an unlicensed or assistant or secretary can do. Remember, delivering the documents, we also had something pertaining to that in the first section. They cannot exchange contracts with anybody outside the brokerage firm. State exams sometimes may give a question, something that's wacky, like on their way to present an offer, a licensee and their unlicensed assistant get into a horrific car accident, and the licensee is rushed to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do with that contract? Can they deliver it to the homeowner?
Yes, they can deliver it.
All right. But what were they on their way to do? A licensee and an unlicensed assistant were on their way to present an offer. So does it make sense for them to deliver it, even though they're allowed to deliver it? What are they going to do? Got a contract for you. There you go. Bye.
They're gonna explain it.
They can't
They
explain.
can't.
Oh, they can't explain it. Okay.
The whole thing of that. That's the whole crux of the story here, is they can't, even though they can deliver it, they're not allowed to explain it. And what were they on their way to do? To explain the offer that was coming in, right? So what should the unlicensed assistant do? Should they deliver that contract? Or should they go with one of the other exam answer options, which would be to bring it back to the broker? Now, it doesn't say that the broker is going to then present it and all that. You got to read into that a little bit, you know? So the answer options are deliver the contract, give it back to the broker, and then 2 other nonsense answers. You know, see that one you got to read into a little bit. Even though they're allowed to deliver it, you got to see what were they on their way to do, to present it. So because of that, I would say bring it back to the broker. They're allowed to schedule appointments for showing properties for the licensee, perhaps. They're allowed to set up files, track and secure documents. Yes, doing secretarial work, right? And only under the direction of a licensed person Keep records of deposits and earnest money deposits, down payments, security deposits, and rents. Follow up on loan applications or compute commission checks. Now, this unlicensed person is not making your commission check. Just think, the broker, the broker, your broker, they have a secretarial staff. Maybe they're the ones that say, you know, they give any deposit checks, they give it over to the secretarial staff. They enter the information in the accounting software, you know, and then they ready it for the broker to take it to the bank to deposit it. They follow up on loan applications to find out if you got that mortgage approval yet for Mr. or Mrs. Smith. You know, they compute commission checks. For transactions that are about to close, and they even type up and print the checks. But your broker ultimately has to review it and then actually sign off on it, right? But so that's why only under the direction of a licensee are they allowed to do that. All right. Qualifications for licensure to get your license. All right, so the qualifications for licensure, continuing here, page 4. Got to be 18 years of age or older. Prove your high school education or its equivalency, like a GED. Furnish evidence of good moral character. You could start that out by not lying on your applications if you were ever arrested, or if you have a high school diploma or not. Successfully complete the 75-hour pre-licensure course, which you're here to do right now. Disclose your social security number for child support and other purposes, which you'd have to give that to me at the end of the course. And that's all part of registering for the school exam. Provide documentation of citizenship or legal residency in the United States. Although new legislation, like I said before, S-2455 allows undocumented immigrants to obtain a professional license. Pass a state exam. The way that you register for that state exam would be going to psiexams.com/NJRE, but you don't do that until I enter you into the state system. Otherwise, it's not going to do you any good. You're not going to be able to. So there's the link to register for the state exam. Once I enter you in the state system, they'll send you a link that says, congratulations on completing your education requirement. You can now go to our website and they'll send you the link where you can now register. Okay, so expect an email from psiexams.com. But that's the exact link you go to register for that state exam. psiexams.com/NJRE. Let's see, where does that take you to? And that takes you to here. For you would then sign up to create a PSI exam for your PSI account for yourself, and then you could register. You could check the schedules and find a location to take the exam, unless you're going to take it online, and then you could also take it online. That's also available for you as well. And then you got to get fingerprinted. I told you, this is the link, youenroll.identigo.com, to register for fingerprinting. However, you should go to this link, the Real Estate Commission's website first. I'm going to click it and show you where that takes you. It takes you here to the Real Estate Commission's website, where you would then fill out, you know, here they have the link for the exam, remotely or in person. You know, and they also have the link in the information here. You need to download this form. It's the universal fingerprinting form that you need to fill out. Show you what that looks like. Once it loads here anyway. There we go. So that form looks like this. You see it has the link on it, uenroll.identigo, and you need this service code. And you see how it has these other codes here? Well, you're going to need this information to fill out when you're registering for the fingerprinting online. So make sure that you have all this information, you print out this form, because you're going to also need to take this printed form with you to the fingerprinting center, even though you registered for the fingerprinting online. Yes, you do got to go there in person. You cannot take your fingerprints remotely. All right. You're going to need to have 2 forms of identification with you when you go. And one has to be a government issued photo ID. Yes, I know you don't need an ID to vote, but you need one to get fingerprinted to get a real estate license. It sounds kind of ridiculous, doesn't it? But yes, that is the way that it goes. You need a valid US government issued photo ID to get a real estate license. There you go. Incredible. Such arguments over that simple thing to vote, but yet to get a real estate license, it's not a big deal. So this is the form that you guys need. And I will give you the link to this Real Estate Commission's page right now. And I'll give it to you again when you pass the exam and we give you the, I send you your school completion certificate. So here's that. There's that link to the fingerprinting page. It shows you the link. It has right here, this link to the testing for the exam. Scroll down a little bit further to get fingerprinted. There's the form you need to fill out. And then when you get to that form, this one, it has this uenroll.identigo there, and you're going to need this service code that's right here. Do not call me up asking me for the code later, because I'm going to tell you it's on the form. Don't, you know, I don't know it. I don't memorize this stuff. You need these codes, okay? So this is the code that you're gonna have to fill in when you go. Let's see, if we copy this and you click on uenroll.identigo, it asks you to enter your service code to get started. You paste it in there, you hit go, and now you schedule your appointment. What do you need to the enrollment? Well, let's take a look. You got to put in your country of birth, country of citizenship, next, so on and so forth. What are you getting a license? Let me see, documents, what documents? These are any of the licenses that they will accept as your identification. A visa, a US issued visa, by the way. I'm sorry, a visa, US passport, state ID card, these are all the acceptable IDs. Okay, I'm not going to go through the whole process of registering for fingerprinting, but this is basically what you do. All right. And I just sent you what that link was for. And then lastly, get sponsored by a broker to activate that license. Now, qualifications for licensure to get your broker's license. Well, you got to be 18 years of age or older, prove your high school education or its equivalent, furnish evidence of good moral character, serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. 3 years full-time. Okay, what is full-time? If we look on page 5 under required experience, let's highlight on the 3rd line under required experience. Full-time means the applicant worked at least 40 hours per week between the hours of approximately 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. and during that time was not employed elsewhere except on a part-time basis of no more than 25 hours per week. And then I want you to write in the margin to the right of that, see page 16. Because there's another definition for full-time on page 16, except on page 16, that is what full-time definition for a supervising licensee is. So let's turn to page 16 now temporarily. And we might as well highlight that now as well. Y'all with me here?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So on page 16, under main office, go to the third paragraph, second sentence. Highlight full-time means the supervising licensee is physically present at the office during usual business hours, whatever they may be, at least 5 days a week and is not otherwise employed. And then I want you to write at the end of that line, this is full-time for an office manager. That's the definition for full-time for an office manager. And who can manage a real estate office?
A broker.
Or broker salesperson, correct. Somebody with a broker salesperson's license can manage an office. Broker can't just leave the office unsupervised. What if I'm a broker of record and I go on vacation? It's the Wild West. My agents can do whatever the hell they want, or do I have somebody managing the office in my absence? I have to have somebody managing my office. And what kind of license do they need to have? Broker salesperson's license. Go back to page 5. So look, I got this one slide here for you. What is full-time for a broker? What is full-time for a supervising? I'm sorry, what is full-time for a salesperson trying to obtain a broker's license? You need to know this definition. It will be on exams. But they could also ask you the question about this. So you got to be careful about which question they're asking of you. What is full-time for a supervising licensee? Well, physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours and not having another job. Why? Because you're supposed to be in the office supervising. Is there a workaround for that? Sure. When you're away, you could have someone else with a broker salesperson's license managing in your place, right? And what is full-time for a salesperson trying to obtain their broker's license? Physically in the they have to be working at least 40 hours per week during the hours of approximately 10 and 8, and not having another job more than 25 hours per week. So you're allowed to have another job, it just can't be more than 25 hours per week. Look, when you go to get your broker's license, you're not punching in a time clock when you're working as a salesperson. So who manages this? Well, honor system, they hope the broker and you are being honest about it. But basically they'll go by the broker, because if the broker says that you weren't there full time, guess what? You're screwed. So I suggest you put together a simple Word document and have this form that your broker fills out for you every 3 months. That's 4 quarters in a year, 3 months in a quarter. Every 3 months, have your broker fill out a document that verifies that you were working there full time at his brokerage or her brokerage, okay? That way, you don't have to wait 3 years to find out later that your broker's going to screw you over and not sign off that you were working full time. Better to know early than late, right? Because I've had people that this happens to, where you get a broker that I don't know, they just don't want their agents to succeed, or they're afraid their agents are going to open up their own brokerage and steal their agents. I don't know what it is, but it happens. We get people, they come to us, they spend $1,000 on taking a broker's class. Yes, the broker's class is almost $1,000. Well, for us, it's $895, but a lot of schools, it's $1,000 or more. And they, for taking that 150-hour broker's course, and only to find out that you can't get the broker's license because your broker won't sign off on it. That sucks. Well, here's the broker's experience history report form, which I am clicking on to open right now so I can share with you. Ah, it's a Word document. It may not open. It's going to want to download. Okay, we'll see. Oh. Let's try opening that up. May take a second. Got to open Word. La-da-dee-dee-dee-dee. Any second now it'll open. I got a million things open on my computer, so it sometimes takes time. But while we wait, how many feet in an acre? How many square feet in an acre?
4,500.
43,560. 43,560 square feet in an acre. See, remember, you need to memorize that number. I had you highlighted on the inside cover of the book in the upper left-hand corner of the book, on the cover page when you first open your book. You need to memorize that number. Okay, so I'm going to show you a quick way on how to memorize that number in just a moment. But in the meantime, this is that broker's experience history report. Okay, so this first section needs to be completed by the applicant, you, the salesperson. And you're confirming that you worked full-time at this brokerage and had no other employment, or if you did, you got to put down the hours to make sure it was less than 25 hours. And the broker fills out the section on the other side. See, this is the actual document. And the broker needs to confirm that you worked there, how many sales you had, how many leases, was it residential, was it commercial during the time of those 3 years. Now, if you worked for more than one broker during those 3 years, immediately preceding your application to get your broker's license, well, each one of those brokers needs to fill out this form. Yet another reason to have fill something out every 3 months. So this way later, they come back to you and say that you were not there full time and screw you over. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, listen, when I got my broker's license, I took the class and I had 2 brokers that worked for me, or that I
usually face these doors, yeah, whatever you're doing.
And okay, and both of them put down something that I wasn't working full time or that I had another full-time job. Remember, I told you guys I was the superintendent of an apartment building. So basically, I got a free apartment. All I had to do is cut the grass. All I had to do was vacuum the floors and shovel the snow. Let me ask you a question. Do you vacuum the floors, cut the grass, and shovel the snow at your house? Is that a full-time job? No. So I just needed to get a letter from the owner of the building that it was not a full-time job and that I was not employed there, which they were more than happy to fill out a letter stating that fact. So I was able to overcome some of the hurdles of previous brokers trying to screw me out of getting my broker's license. But the broker said I had a full-time job, which I was able to counter that real easy. But then they also said that that I did not work full-time for him. Ooh, which I did. I was working full-time for him. How do you come over that one? Well, for that, that's the nail in the coffin for most, and you're not getting your broker's license then. But I had a little evidence on my side. At the time, I was married, and I married someone who was not a citizen. And I don't know if you know how this works. If you marry somebody who's not an American citizen, you need to prove to immigration that you can support this person, that you're full-time gainfully employed. So being an independent contractor, I had to get a letter from my broker stating that I was full-time there. So I showed that letter that he wrote to immigration as the evidence that I was full-time employed. And I said, he's either lying to immigration of the United States or he's lying to you, the Real Estate Commission. Either way, he's lying. So they gave me my broker's license. But the part that kind of sucked about that is I had to show that evidence, you know. So I'm showing you guys that this does happen quite often with brokers. So it's not a bad idea for you guys to create some sort of a form letter. Maybe I'll put one together and put it up on our, I'll create one and put it up on our Facebook page, on our that shared Google Drive. And basically, you just throw something up there to the effect of I, state your name, between these dates was full-time employed at the brokerage with your license number there and all that stuff under this broker and his name and the license number, and just have them sign it every 3 months. You know, if they give you any slack, any feedback on that, you know what, time to go, time to leave that brokerage if they don't want to sign it. You know, don't waste any more time there. Okay. Should be no reason for them not to sign it if you were working full-time there. Okay. Don't expect the broker to lie for you, but you know, if you're working full-time there, they shouldn't be lying about that either, right? Just looking out for you. All right, guys. So that's that experience history report, which I just showed you. All right. Back to the slideshow. You had to successfully complete a 150-hour pre-licensing course, which consists of 3 modules to get your broker's license. There's a 30-hour class in ethics and agency law, and a 30-hour class in office management, and a 90-hour in core topics, which is similar to this 75-hour core topic class that you're taking right now to obtain your salesperson's license. They just give 90 hours to teach it to brokers because we need to re-educate them. You know how hard it is to teach somebody once they think they know it all? They get a little bit of knowledge, you know, and now they know better than everybody, including their instructors, okay, who are trying to teach them for the exam. Well, they give us 90 hours, a couple more hours to teach them the same stuff that we teach you. All right. Let me ask you a question. Let's back it up a little bit. Ask you a couple questions here. To get a broker's license, how old do you need to be?
18.
How old do you need to be to get your salesperson's license?
18.
All right. How long did you have to be a full-time salesperson to get your broker's license?
3 years. So
Something
to be a broker, wouldn't you say you have to be 21? I meant 20?
Well, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21, I would say 21. But something does not fly in that math, because the rule is actually 18. And you may be saying, why, how is that? Because you got to be full-time for 3 years. Well, anytime there's an exception to the rule on exams, always go by the exception. That's the rule. That's a general rule to get the questions right on exams. See, if we went by these strict rules, you got to be 18 to get your salesperson license. You need to be full-time for 3 years, so it should be 21. But there's an exception to the rule for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. They can get a waiver for the 3-year full-time experience requirement and immediately go to the broker's license. All right, so technically speaking, I mean, it would be a busy year for that veteran, though. You know, you get your salesperson's license. Okay, so you got your salesperson's license, and then you join the military, and you get blown up or something happens to you. You get fully disabled, but you're honorably discharged, and then you then you go get your salesperson's license, and then you immediately go get your broker's license, filing for the waiver and taking the classes for that. You got to take the exams for both. You got to take the classes for both. You just get a waiver for the 3-year full-time experience requirement. Let me ask you a question. Why do you suppose they have a 3-year full-time experience requirement to get your broker's license? What would you figure? Well,
Because how would you be in charge of other sales agents if you weren't even one yourself?
that's a pretty damn good reason, right? You got no experience under your belt. How are you supposed to be supervising and providing guidance and direction to others if you have no experience under your belt to begin with, right? So I understand why we give certain benefits to veterans, but I think this is the dumbest one right here. Because how are they going to be supplying that guidance and direction with zero experience themselves? You know, I understand waiving exam fees and waiving licensing fees and such like that, but waiving that 3-year full-time experience requirement, I think is dumb. But it's the rule anyway. Okay, so how old do you need to be to get your broker's license if it asks on exam?
18.
That would be the correct answer. And that's because of the exception rather than the norm. I just wanted to explain to you why. Because a lot of times people, this is a question people get wrong on exams all the time because they know you got to be 3 years full time, you know? So we're teaching you one way, we keep drilling it in your head one way, and then really that's not the answer because there's an exception to the rule and they're like, then you wonder why you got it wrong, you know? So I explained it. I hope I spent plenty of time on that explaining it, so you should understand it and you will not get it wrong. Now, before I move on to the very next slide, I told you I was going to tell you a way to remember how many feet are in an acre, didn't I? I did. Well, there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. So how do you remember this? How do you memorize it? Well, you know what? There's a lot of songs out there that say, whether it's country or club or whatever, there are songs out there that go to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. They got those words in them, right? Whether it's Beyonce or it's country, there's songs out there that say that. So I'm going to tell you, this is the best way to remember how many feet in an acre. Draw a comma. Let's zoom in on this a little bit. You're going to draw a comma. And then can y'all count to 6?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm going to make it really tough, starting with 3.
3,
Right?
5, 6.
Okay, yeah. So you can count from 6. Okay, you all can count to 6, and you can count to 6 starting with 3. So here, I'm going to make it really, so this is the way that you learn it. And remember, to the left, whichever song it is that you like that has those words in it, just hum it in your head. You draw that comma, and now we're going to start counting to 6, starting with 3, to the left of that comma. 3, 4, to the left, right? Now to the right. 5, 6, and throw a 0 on there for good luck. See that? 43,560 square feet. To the left, to the right, to the right. Count to 6, starting with 3. To the left, Again, I'll do this again.
To the right, to the right.
To the left, now to the right, and then you throw a 0 on there for good luck. Boom, there we go. That's how many feet in an acre. Now, there's other teachers that usually teach you, well, you know, 4 plus 3, that's 7, and 5 plus 6, that's 11. So you could remember the 7-11 rule. That whatever's to the left has to add to 7, and whatever's to the right has to add to 11. Yeah, but you know what? I don't like that because it doesn't tell you what order they need to be in. Let me see. If I did 3465, it still adds to 7 and 11. You know, so that I don't like that one. You know, doesn't help you. Count to 6. Starting with 3. To the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Hopefully that works for you. If that doesn't help you remember, that's all I got. You need to find a way yourself to memorize it, okay? Boom. Now, why do we need to remember? Before we move on any further to this, continue on in this class, in this slide, and the rest of the slideshows and in the book, let's show you why you need to know how many feet are in an acre, because they may give you a math problem similar to this that says, if a lot is 2.5 acres and 800 feet deep, how much frontage do you have? Frontage is how wide the front of the lot is. So basically here, let me draw this as a little picture here. If you have if this is a 2.5 acre lot, and the depth of this lot is 800 feet. How much frontage do you have? How wide is the front of the lot? All right, so let's go over that first part of this two-part question here. Well, if it's 2.5 acres, how many feet in an acre?
43,560.
Oh, 43,560. Isn't that a helpful way to remember?
Mm-hmm.
Times 2.5. Okay, let me pull out my calculator on my cell phone here. Give me 1 second. So 43,560 times 2.5. That equals a total of this lot has 108,900 square feet in total area. We know the depth is 800 feet. So if we divide that by 800, it's 136 feet deep. 136 point couple inches. Okay. So it's 136 feet. The width of this lot is 136 feet. That's the answer to this, 136. Now, if it sells for $1,500 per front foot, wait, how many front feet are they?
136.
Times $1,500 per front,
204.
right?
204,000.
Well, let me make sure. 1,500 times 136. You are correct. It is $204,000. Was there anything difficult about this problem?
No, when it's broken down like that, it's not difficult.
What about the math, the people who freak out over math? Was that a problem? Was that difficult when I broke it down like that for you? Okay, maybe a little bit. Okay, but it's not a difficult problem. You see, I just walk you through the steps, and you can use calculators on the exam. You just can't use real estate calculators. You can use a regular, or you could use a plain calculator like this. All right. Let's see. Maybe throw in, I already had it worked out over here, but now you see it there again. Boom, boom, boom. Let me see over here. I'll do this problem another time. No, won't leave it written there. All right. Next up, that's the same problem. Showing you what the frontage is. We erase that. We got there again. But I had another problem here somewhere. No, I did. So let's give you another problem. This problem is a little bit different. It has another element to it. So it's actually a three-part problem. If you have a 3-acre lot and the minimum subdivisible lot size is 50 by 100, by the way, anytime you see something like this, 50 by 100, a measurement like that of a lot, the first number is the width of the lot. That's the frontage, how wide the front of the lot is. And the second number would be the depth, all right? So if you have a lot minimum subdivisable size is 50 by 100 lots, how many lots can it be subdivided into? And then if each lot sells for 175,000 each, how much money will the seller get? I want you guys to try to figure this out. Do not shout out the answer, please. I want you to figure it out. If you guys get it, go to the chat window. You see there's a chat button there along your control panel there on Zoom on the bottom or top, wherever you got it, your control panel. Click in that chat window and there's a 2 there. You could address the message to someone particular. By default, it's addressed to everyone. So just send it to me, Victor. I am your instructor, Victor Kaminsky. Okay, so just send it to me and I'll let you know if you got it right or not. Okay. Remember, you cannot build if there's a excess size there for the lot. You cannot build a partial lot. The minimum lot size is 50 by 100. So if there's any partial sizes, make sure you round it down. When you get it, just send me the answer in the text message window there. Okay, let's see. We got one answer so far. Connor, you're off a little bit. Check your math on that. Madeline as well. Robert, you got it. Try it out, guys. I mean, I'll work it out on the board for you guys in the end, but just give it a try right now. See if you could figure it out. In the meantime, as you figure it out, I'll play a little trivia music for you. Yes, Madeline, you got the correct amount of lots there? Yep, Connor, you got the correct amount of lots. Madeline, yep, you're right on the price. Victoria, you're right on the amount of lots. All right, so let's work this out. Oh, nope. You're using that number in the calculator. You didn't round down the lots. Okay, so here, let's work it out. So basically, we have a 3-acre lot, right? So how many feet in an acre?
43,560.
43,560. And it's a 3-acre lot, so times it by 3, because that's how many feet are in an acre. 43,560 times 3. This is a total area of 130,680 square feet. All right. 50 by 100 lot. How many feet are in 50 by 100 lot? Well, 50 by 100 equals 5,000. So take that, divide that by 5,000 square feet will tell you how many 50 by 100 lots you could get. So divided by 5,000 square feet, and we get 26.136, but you can't build on a 0.136 lot. It has to be a full 50 by 100. So there's 26 lots. That's the answer there. It can be divided into 26 lots, right? Now, if each lot is going for 175,000, just times that by $175,000. So $175,000 times 26, not 26 point whatever, and you should get $4,550,000. Nice. For a 3-acre lot. You try selling a 3-acre lot, you're not going to get that kind of money. But if you subdivide it and you sell 26 lots that are ready to build on, you see how much you could increase the value of it. Oh, ideas. Was any of this math difficult? Now that I showed it to you, spelled it out there step by step.
No.
This is an actual problem that you get, just like this. All right, so here, let me erase all this now. But that was pretty nice example. Just wanted to walk you through that. Let's see if I have maybe one more. If I don't, we'll just keep going on. Oh, no, that's the same problem. So there we go. All right, so those were a couple math problem examples that I just gave you guys. All right, not too shabby. Hey, would you guys be able to figure out your commission? Would you think that you know how to figure out your commission? Like if I told you a house sold for X amount of dollars and you charge X percent commission for the sale of that house, you would charge the owner X percent. Do you know how much money you'd be owed? You know how to figure that out? Do you suppose? Let's see. I'm going to show you some examples then. I'm going to show you an example. Nope. This is not chapter 1. Yeah. Okay, so before I give you this problem, let me just show you. Here's your commission. Look, if you have a house sells for $300,000 and you charge 6% commission, 6%, which if you were to convert 6% into a whole number from a fraction, you just cross that out and you go, what's it, 2 decimal points to the left? So it'd be 0.06. That's the way to do it. If you need it and your calculator doesn't have a percent, it'd be 0.06. But anyway, so $300,000 times 6%. What is the total commission on that?
18,000.
All right, that sounds about right. But I closed my calculator, so let's see, 300,000 times 6%. Yes, you are correct. Ding, ding, ding. That is $18,000, right? And let's just say that there's two sides of every transaction, right? So that total 6% doesn't go to one agency, it gets split between the buyer side and the seller side, right? The agent, you got a buyer's agent and a seller's agent involved in there, right? So that 6% gets split up amongst the two sides, 3 here and 3 there. If it was an even split. Now, so for the seller side of the transaction, does that commission get split between the agent and their broker though?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to refer to them as the agent and the agency. And on this side, it gets split between two sides too, right? You got the agent and the agency here too as well.
Yes.
So in reality, are you getting that full 3%, or are you more like getting 1.5% if there was no franchise or any other fees involved there? It's
1.5.
1.5% of that transaction at the end of the day is what you end up walking away with. So this is a good picture that you paint to people. You know, when you charge whatever commission it is that you're charging, whether it's 6%, 5%, 9%, whatever the hell it is you're charging. You know, tell them, listen, I don't get to keep all this 6%. That gets split several ways here, you know? So you can tell them, hey, this gets split several ways. I don't get to keep all that. So now that I showed you how the commission works and how it gets split, you know, commission split between the agents. This is an example here if it was 50-50 between the agent and the agency, but it's not always 50-50. So I'm going to give you a problem now that I want to see if you could figure this out. This is an actual problem that you may see on exams. Whoop. Let me keep that answer out of your. All right, so guys, here's the problem. See if you could figure it out. If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency keep?
Okay, so.
And there's not a problem with the way the question is worded. Let me just word it. Let me read it again slower, because this is more of a comprehension problem than a math problem, because the math is super easy. If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, I just showed you how to work that out, right? We worked out here. Well, on a $300,000 house though. Okay, so, but it's the same, works the same way, 300,000 times 6%, right? So, but the question here is for $325,000 house, right? So if your property sells for $325,000, total commission is 6%. The listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency keep? Go. If you think you get it, once again, message me. I'm going to try to figure it out myself right now really quick. Nope. For the person that answered it. Nope, not yet. Nope, but close, Connor. Tell you what, when you're writing down your math on the scrap paper, it's a good idea to write next to those numbers so you don't get lost what that number means, what that number is. So I think that's where you got lost, Connor. I think you actually got it, but you got mixed up in your numbers. Nope. Did the same thing Connor did, Madeline. I think you're close to it, but you got mixed up in your numbers. What is that number that you just sent me? Nope, Anastasia, you're halfway there. You're almost there. You're on the right track, but that's not the final answer yet. You got to write down next to, as you're doing the math in steps, you got to annotate your math, meaning right next to each number, what exactly is that the answer to? What is that number to? What is that number? So this way you don't get lost in the math. Because it's several steps, but it's really simple math that you can use a calculator on. Nope. Nope. So I say it's very important to write next to it, step by step, what it is that you're figuring out there. So I'm going to walk you guys through this, but I tell you what, this is an actual, I mean, this isn't the actual math problem, but it is extremely close to an actual math problem that they always give on state exam on salesperson's licenses for some reason. So let's work it through, shall we? I already got worked out down here, so I'm just going to start doing the reveal. So if you have 325,000 times 6%, what's the total commission? Hold on a second. Some people gave me
19,500.
here. Hold on. Let me okay, Anastasia and Madeline, yes, you figured it out in your text message to me, and so I just wanted to let you guys know you got it. Okay, so this is what it is. It's 19,500, but that's the total commission. That's the 6%, right? If the listing agency gets 60% of that, how much is left to the buyer's agency side of the transaction? There's only 100% of the pie. It's obviously not a 50-50 split here. If the listing agency is getting 60%, well, then there's 40% going to the other side. So we need to figure out what 40% of this total $19,500 of the commission is. Yes, I know, usually it's not split that way, but it could be. So this is the way they're asking the problem. So we take that 19,500 times 40%, and that gives us $7,800. But that's $7,800, that's the 40%, the total commission going to the buyer's agency before they split with their agent. The question asks, how much does the buyer's agency keep? Well, the question also says, if the buyer's agent is on a 60% split, that means the agency's keeping 40% of that. So the 60% the agent would get would be 4680 if anybody sent me that number. You actually sent me the number of how much the buyer's agent gets, not how much their agency keeps. If you would take that 7,800 and you times it by 40% again, 7,800 times 40%, that would be $3,120. That's how much the buyer's agency of the commission the buyer's agency keeps after they pay their agent the 60% commission split of it. Now let me zoom this out so you can see it all step by step here. See, I walked it through. So if the question is, it sells for 325, total commission 6%, listing agency gets 60%, and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency keep? First, you got to figure out what the total commission is. 6%, 325,000 times 6%, that's 19,500. If the listing agency is getting 60%, then that means the 40% goes to the buyer's agency. So 19.5 times 40% is 78%. And we know that the listing agent gets 60%. So right off the bat, we could just take that 78 and times it by 40% again. And we skip down here, and that's how much the buyer's agency gets to keep. Y'all see how we did that? Is it clear? Did everybody get this? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure you guys have this figured out here. If you need to, snap a picture of it and you can see it, but we'll replay the video. Sorry, I'm trying to move the screen up here. Trying to get it all on screen for you, but it's a little bit difficult to fit it all without it shrinking down, looking so small. Okay, so there's the entire question right here. And here's how it's worked out on the left-hand side. You see this 325,000 times 6%, that's 19.5. Remember, it gets split to two sides. In this scenario, the seller side gets 60%, the buyer side gets 40%, and that's $7,800. And then that needs to get split between the two sides, the agency and the agent. The agent is getting 60%, so that's $4,680. Then that means the agency gets 40%. Maybe this visual helps you a little bit better. If you could actually see how it's being broken down here. You see what I did? How I broke it down? Maybe that makes it a little bit easier to understand it. But you do get a question just like this on state exam. It's tricky. Most people would say, oh yeah, I could figure out my commission problem. They get it wrong. Until I show you the little secret on how to understand what we're doing here, how we're figuring this out. And in the end of the day, it's not that difficult. I hope. Now that I've worked it out for you. All right. Let's get back to the slideshow, shall we? Enough math. Enough driving you nuts after lunch. All right. So back to the slideshow. Okay, we got that exception, the exemption for the exceptions for licenses for veterans. They get an exception for the 3-year full-time experience requirement. If they want to get their broker's license. Are there any waivers available for attorneys to get their broker's license? Not for the 3-year experience requirement, only for the class requirement for taking the core class. They still need to take be a licensed real estate agent full-time for 3 years. So do you think that there's going to be a lot of licensed attorneys out there who have their broker's licenses?
No.
Yeah, I mean, how many attorneys do you know are going to quit being an attorney to be a full-time salesperson for 3 years so that they could get their broker's license, right? Unless they lied on their application, right? Well, there is one example, just in case we come across somebody here or who knows somebody who actually is an attorney that got their broker's license. It is possible for an attorney to get their broker's license if, say, they got their broker's license before they became an attorney. But otherwise, I think that attorney would be a liar if they said they quit being an attorney for 3 years to be a full-time salesperson to get their broker's license. That would just be garbage. And I actually have a link here for veterans. So if any of you are fully disabled veterans that want to get that waiver to get your broker's license, to go take the broker's class after you get your salesperson's license, yes, that means you'd have to pass a state exam and affiliate with a broker, get fingerprinted to get that license, and then take the next step of moving forward for the waiver to get your broker's license. Well, anyway, this is the vet waiver link right here. All right, exceptions for education requirement. The education requirement can be waived. You know, let's get caught up on our highlights. We're on page 5 of the book, right? Under exceptions, let's highlight the title exceptions and that first paragraph, which says experience requirement for brokers or broker salesperson's license can be waived for an honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability, and their license and renewal fees are also waived. It says the commission could also agree to waive the education requirement for, and this is where we're at now, licensed broker from another state to get their salesperson's license here in New Jersey. Someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the past 5 years. Say they let their license expire, they could come back and get their salesperson's license again. Because remember, after 2 years of inactivity, what happens to your license? It becomes void. But if you were licensed as a broker, you come back up to 5 years later and get the credit on that and still just take the exam and get your salesperson's license. Someone has taken equivalent real estate licensing courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate as the topic in college, then you can get a waiver for taking the this class and just go take the exam. New Jersey attorneys can do the same thing. However, there's no exemption for the 3-year full-time experience requirement to become brokers. Certain applicants who took pre-equivalent pre-licensing courses in another state as well, meaning they took a 75-hour pre-licensing course in another state, then they could get a waiver for the education requirement here and just take the exam, because New Jersey does not have what we call reciprocity with any other state. You can't automatically, because you're licensed in another state, come here and New Jersey just gives you the license. That doesn't happen. At minimum, they could give you a waiver for the education requirement, but you still need to pass the exam here, and good luck with that. I find that a lot of people, even in New York has a 75-hour pre-licensing requirement, but you get people that have had their salesperson or even their broker's licenses in New York for ages. And they come here and they try to take the salesperson's license and they can't pass it worth a damn. They think they're going to wing it because they know it all. And welcome to New Jersey. Now go home. New Jersey has so many rules and regulations, which I'm teaching you here in this class, that even if you took another pre-licensing course in another state that taught you some of the real estate basics, you're not going to learn all the New Jersey laws enough to pass the exam here. So that's about that. So highlight no underneath the bullet points there. No license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, or any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense within the last 5 years. And also highlight New Jersey does not recognize licenses issued in any other state. We do not have reciprocity, which I just explained to you. Qualifying questions. This is from a list of qualifying questions that that as a real estate instructor renewing my instructor's license, you see instructor license questionnaire that I had to answer to get my instructor's license renewed. But it's very similar for salespeople as well. Just not all these things are the same. Let me zoom in on this a little bit for you. Those pre-licensing questionnaires, it says, with the exception of any motor vehicle violation, Has your New Jersey real estate license, since it was last reissued, okay, have you been charged with a crime, indicted, convicted, pleaded no contest to any offense, crime, or misdemeanor in the state of New Jersey, any other state, or by the federal government? Are you in any pretrial intervention programs? Have you had a professional license revoked or suspended? Are you subject to an arrest warrant for failure to comply to any court-ordered child support obligations? During the last 6 months, have you failed to provide any court-related health coverage? Have you failed to respond to subpoena relating to paternity or whatever proceedings? And have you pleaded no contest for convicted for as a sex offender? This is another new question that they have here. Found guilty by adjudicated delinquent or found not guilty by reason of insanity of any sex offense that would disqualify you from registration? Are you on the Megan's Law list in this state or any other state or jurisdiction? Conclusion of hearing to unify, been delinquent based on charges. Okay, being prohibited. Okay. So those are some of the questions that they ask for your getting your license or renewing your license as well. All right, additional licensing issues. Let's see. So that's where we pick up here in the book again, which we highlighted. The last thing we have highlighted there is New Jersey does not recognize licenses issued in any other state. There's no reciprocity. That's what that means. So if you're licensed in another state, will New Jersey just give the license? No. It does not work that way between us or any other state. Say you get your New Jersey license here and you go to another state. Will they just give you the license there? No. They will give you a waiver though, just like New Jersey does, and then you could just take their exam. See, this is a good way to get, if you guys want to get licensed in the tri-state area, get your license in New Jersey first. Take this New Jersey class because New Jersey is probably the hardest out of all the New York and Pennsylvania to get licensed. You get your license here, then you get your completion certificates from the school, and you submit that to the state of New York for your application to take the exam there and get a waiver for their education requirements, so you don't have to take this class over in New York. They'll just send you a little pamphlet, or you could download it from their Department of State that handles their managing of their real estate licenses in New York. New Jersey, it's the Real Estate Commission. In New York, it's the Department of Law and Public Safety, you know. And then what you do is just study their state laws. It's a little couple of pages versus all the stuff we got to learn about New Jersey state laws. And then you can get your license there in New York by passing that exam and affiliating with a broker there. And then once you get licensed in New York, you just give the New York license to Pennsylvania, and you just show your New York license to Pennsylvania, and they'll give you a license. You don't even have to take an exam. That's how you get licensed in all 3 states, real easy. Start with New Jersey, the hard one. Okay.
Now, would you need to be under a broker in each state, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You need to be with a broker that's licensed in each state. So you could be with a different broker under each state, or you could be licensed under one broker in all 3 states that is licensed in all 3 states.
Okay.
I know there's a couple brokers out there like that. I got one broker that refers us students a lot. He's licensed in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Florida. You know, yes, you can. All right, required experience for the broker's license is 3 years full-time. And do you guys recall what that full-time experience requirement is? It's on, what was it, page 16? Actually, let me write that on the slide, that it's on page 16. You guys recall?
$40 hours.
It's during physically present in the office. Physically present in the office during normal business hours, 5 days a week, during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and not have another job. You're not supposed to be employed. Why? Because you're supposed to be in the office supervising. All right. Time limit on application for your salesperson's license. How long do you have from the time you pass the school exam, completing your education requirement?
Here.
A year is a year is a year, not a day more, right? And non-residents can obtain their real estate license here. What did I tell you needed to do? You needed to sign that consent to service of process. You got to agree to be sued in the state. And here's a link to that actual document for anybody who's not a New Jersey resident. Here, I will copy that and put that in the chat window. There's a link to that. Basically, it's what you see here on the slide show now, or on the in the browser. You're basically signing a document consenting to come back to get sued in the state of New Jersey. That's all it's doing, and that's got to be notarized. Anyway, that's what that is. You have already highlighted under required experience the full-time requirement, right? You skipped forward and highlighted that before. Did anybody miss it? Page 5 under required experience. Do you have anything highlighted?
Yeah, the full time.
Okay. Next up, time limit on application. Highlights at the end of the first line there, within 1 year of the date when the candidate successfully completed the pre-licensure course. And I want you to write after that, a year is a year is a year, just like I have right here. A year is a year is a year. They got it in the book. They got it in a disclosure statement they want us to give you. I mean, they're really pounding it in, aren't they? Because they're telling you they're not going to give you any more time. So don't ask later. They don't care what's going on in your life, what your personal problems were. They don't care who got sick or who died or what. They don't care. The application is 1 year. They say it's your responsibility. You have a year. You know, if you couldn't get it done in a year, that's your problem. They don't want to hear any excuses.
So Victor, I have a quick question. Sure. Is it technically a year from the day you completed the course, meaning you passed the course exam and you got your completion certificate?
Yes.
Okay.
So the date that you pass the school exam is the date that we put on your completion certificate and the date that we upload it to PSI. Now, from the time that you pass the school exam, it may be a couple days before we get you into the system, but it's only going to be a couple days. I usually get it right away, depending on what's going on, you know, but I usually get it done within the next couple days. I'll have you uploaded to PSI. And once I upload you to PSI's computer system, it's usually instant, but it could take up to 24 hours before their system generates that email and sends it out to you to congratulations, you can now register for taking the state exam. There's no limit on the amount of attempts for taking the school exam. You just need to pay for every 2 attempts, $20. There's no limitation for taking the state exam, which, by the way, let's back up for that school exam one. I shouldn't brush over it so quick, because many schools out there, if you don't pass it the first time and you need to take it again, you're going to pay a higher fee to take it the next time. And you have to take it at a different location, like at their headquarters, you know. And if you don't pass it the second time, you need to retake the course, whether it's for free or at a discounted rate, before they allow you to take the exam again, if they allow you to take it again. Okay. Different schools, different policies. We're one of the most generous ones. You know, we're not going to make you take the whole class over again if you don't pass it 1 or 2 times. You just pay the $20 fee to take it another 2 attempts. Okay. State exam, you have to pay for each attempt to take the state exam. It is $45 for each exam attempt. Okay, you pay that directly to PSI, the testing center. Okay, so study up before you take these exams, but don't hold it off, you know, for a long time. You want to do it as quick as you can to when you completed the course, so the stuff is kind of fresh in your head still, right? All right, licensees must notify the real estate commission within 30 days. Okay, and now I added this to this slide, but it doesn't say it right here in the book, right where we're at this moment in time. But there will be a reference to this. At the end of chapter. At the end of chapter 2, there will be a reference to this. See, I got the page number 23, chapter 2. There is a reference to this there. And I'll have you highlight it when we get there. You don't necessarily have to go there and do this right now. But it says, failure to notify the commission within 30 days of a conviction, indictment, or being charged with a crime, or the suspension or revocation of any real estate license issued by another state, or initiation of a disciplinary proceeding, or if you move. Okay, you're just like with your driver's license. You know how you're supposed to get your license, a new license reissued within 30 days of moving. You guys remember getting your driver's license and the rules, the rule book? You know, anytime you move, you're supposed to get a new license. Well, that has to be done within 30 days. You got to notify the real estate commission of being arrested, indicted, or charged with a crime. Or if you move, update your address with the rec within 30 days. Otherwise, you're in violation of real estate licensing law. Now, corporations can be granted a real estate license only if one of their officers holds a broker's license, and then they'll become the broker of record for the entire corporation. All right, well, that's on the next page. So let's go back to page 5. Let's highlight the thing on residents, non-residents rather. That in order for them to get licensed in the state, they can, but they have to file a consent to be sued in the state. So let's just highlight that sentence there. The last sentence on page 5, and then turn the page to page 6. On page 6, under corporations, a corporation can be granted a real estate license only if one of its officers holds a broker's license, and then that person becomes the broker of record for the corporation. I like that. I know it seems like I'm having you guys highlight a lot of stuff, but remember when I showed you how many state exam questions come from what chapters? Remember those first couple chapters? There was a hell of a lot of questions that came from them. I'm prepping you. I'm prepping you. Plus, I'm getting you ready for 2 exams, not just one, taking a school and a state. So unfortunately, you got to highlight a lot of stuff. But not everything. Don't go highlight crazy. Okay, so exam fees you pay directly to the testing center. You do not pay them to us. The state exam gets paid directly to PSI. Let's see. Temporary license. Okay, so you follow me now, the section under temporary licenses on page 6. What happens if your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated? Who can take over for them? Well, you can request a temporary broker license be issued to a salesperson within 30 days of that death. If there is nobody else there with a broker salesperson's license who can just step in and immediately take over. Any salesperson with 3 years full-time experience requirement to get their broker's license, even though they haven't attempted to yet, can request a temporary broker's license be issued to them, and it'll be issued for 1 year. And within that year's time, you need to take the classes and pass the exam to make it legit. So this way the brokerage doesn't need to shut down because nobody there has a broker's license to run the place. You got it? This is usually to prevent small mom and pop shops from going out of business and such. You know, mom and pop you know, Pop had the broker's license, Mom didn't, but she's been working just as long as Pop has in the business, you know. Pop died, and now Mom can just apply for a temporary broker's license, which will be granted to her. And in that time, she goes to the school, takes the classes, gets the license, and makes it legit and official. Now, what happens if you don't renew your license? When does your license need to be renewed by?
June 30th, every odd year.
Okay. And if you don't do that, what happens to your license?
It gets not canceled,
Deactivated.
deactivated on July 1st.
And so how long can it remain inactive and you could still reactivate it?
2 years or 2 years.
Which is one licensing term. So within that next licensing term, which is 2 years, and if you don't reactivate it after that, it becomes right. Now you see I got all that written here in that next point. Let's see, licensing fees, transfer. You know what I'm going to put next to the thing here in licensing fees? I'm going to put an actual link to that Real Estate Commission's website pertaining to licensing fees. Application forms. Licensing fees, there we go. I put a link right there in the slideshow for licensing fees. See, I keep updating these slideshows, putting little things in here that are helpful. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. So I got the link right to the Real Estate Commission's page on licensing fees, where you could find out what they are for everything, licensing, transferring fees, yada, yada, yada. And then transfer and termination fees. Say that you start working for a broker on day one, you realize, oh my God, I made a huge mistake. I don't want to work for this jerk. All right, well, you're free. It's your license. You're free to go wherever you want. So it's just going to cost you $25. Because remember, anytime you do anything with the state, there's a fee involved. It's a $25 transfer fee that will be paid at the time that you get your license pulled into the next brokerage firm. They call it the reissuing of a new license. So it's $25. It's transferring a license, but then they reissue it in the name of the new brokerage. So they call it a reissuing fee, a new license reissuing fee. Okay, it's $25 to get a new license. So under temporary license, just put a highlighted box around those two paragraphs there, which explain everything about that process of getting a temporary license and who can get it. And how long it's good for. How long is it good for? Temporary broker's license?
1 year.
1 year, correct. All right, the change of license status would occur like this. A broker can change their licensees, the status of any of their licensees, from broker salesperson or salesperson to a referral agent and vice versa, meaning, and the reverse is possible. To do this, the broker logs on to recbrokers.nj.gov to manage all the licenses of the licensees in their brokerage firm. I got a shortcut to this link. Basically, you go to nj.gov. Okay, see, brokers could go directly here to manage it, or they could do what I do, and I just go to nj.gov. And you know, when you go to nj.gov, you could customize this website. You could create a login for yourself. You see this? You create a login down here. And then you could customize the government's website with whatever kind of information you want on it and whatever, and it becomes your own portal. But if you are a broker like I am, and you click on that, you get your login here, takes you to this login, you log into it. Oh, now what happens? This customized site, which obviously I have no information up here except for the travel guide such. That's how much I customize the NJ site. But look, I got a secret menu that opened up for me on the left for the real estate online licensing services, which now directs me where I can manage my brokerages that I own and my instructor's license here. See, I have a referral agency, by the way. So if any of you decide that you want to hang your license in referral or want to give up the license, don't give it up. Contact me about hanging it in referral. And then we'll see what we can do about getting you hanging there in referral. And you see, I would then license terminations. I could terminate agents that are working with me, or I could hire them. Okay, so look, if you want to change your brokerage, you go to your broker, you say, thank you for the opportunity, but it's time for me to move on. Okay, don't go burning any bridges saying, hey, screw you, buddy. You know, don't burn bridges, because you may still have to do business with these people in the future. All right, and you're gonna make it life harder. Just take it gracefully. I don't care how much of a jerk they were. Just thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to work here, but this is no longer working out. It's time for me to move on. Could you terminate my license? Okay, that's what you should ask, because they're terminating your license affiliated with their brokerage. They're not terminating your license. You got it? It's just the terminology they use, as you could see right here in my on the website. You know, license terminations. Would click on it, and then I could click on any of my agents here and terminate their licenses right now. You know, I'm not going to do that. All right, but I could also hire reinstatement of license types and make license changes here too. I put in the reference number, what kind of license type we're doing here, and when that's going to happen. What date did they start working for me? I could also view and print licenses too. You guys have to carry around your pocket card. Look, 2021 qualifying questionnaire to renew the licenses. Okay, see, here's all the questions that they ask you. The qualifying questionnaire. Should do a screen print of this, but anyway, see, this is when I renewed my license. And here are all the qualifying questions. Yeah, it's all the same stuff as the instructor's license was. Okay, and you have to print your pocket card, your pocket license, because you need to have it carried with you at all times that you're conducting business. Okay, so here, let me see. I'm going my license. I'm going to print a copy of my license, which they call a reference number. You could either create it for printing or have an electronic copy that you could display on your cell phone. But you're supposed to carry it on you and have it available at all times. Otherwise, you're in violation of licensing law. Let's see. Electronic ID card, pocket card formatted for printing, what have you. Okay, let's see the electronic license card real quick. Boom. Let's see what it looks like. Want to see what your license will look like? It'll look like this. Drum roll, please. There you go. And it looks exactly like that. That's the dates that you printed it. Today's December 6th, and look at this. That's a date that it says here that you generated it. Okay. Your reference number, that's your license number. When does it expire? June 30th. Actually, it's still good on June 30th. It expires the next day. So 2023. For me, my license type, I'm a broker of record. You know, Quality Reload is the name of my referral agency, and that's the company's license number. You know, it has all of that information on it. You have to carry this pocket card with you when you're conducting business, according to the law. Okay. Excellent. So back to the slideshow. It's $50 fee to change your license status from a referral agent to a salesperson, or from a salesperson back to a referral agent. If you change your name, whether it's divorced or marriage or what have you, if they made a mistake and you sent the license, the paperwork into the state, and you got your name issued and it was spelled incorrectly and you did not catch it, well, my friends, the Real Estate Commission does not make mistakes. So they're not going to make a correction. However, They can change your name as it's stated on your license, and it's $50 to change your name. I kid you not. So make sure before you send the paperwork into the state to get your license initially that it's spelled right. If anything there is misspelled, take a pen and draw a single line through it so that they can still see the way that it was written there below. And then write the way that it should be spelled there. And make a photocopy of your valid government issued photo ID and send that in along with your license status there and a little explanation as to what you did there to make sure that they do the correction before the license is ever issued. Okay. Everybody get that? Trying to save you tips here, trying to save you some money. If trying to save you a little aggravation too. All right, you guys are getting quiet on me. You're not falling asleep, are you?
No.
All right. So let's see, the licensing procedures for a salesperson. You have to successfully complete that 75-hour pre-licensing course again. You submit that score and the paperwork showing you passed the PSI exam. They give you paperwork. When you guys pass the exam, I don't care if you took it online or if you took it in person, you're supposed to get at that time, you're supposed to get paperwork from PSI stating what your, if you failed, they'll give you paperwork saying what your score was, how many questions on each topic and how many questions you got right, so that you could know what your weak areas are to study. But if you pass, they don't give you the score, but they do give you the paperwork that your broker now needs to sign that you then send into the state to get your license. You're going to have to check off whether you're applying for a salesperson's or the referral agent's license. It's one or the other. You don't get both. Okay. What's the difference between a salesperson license and a referral agent license?
With the referral agent, you just refer people to brokers.
Correct. You cannot actually work directly with clients. You could only refer business leads or prospects, right? Salespersons can work with people or send referrals, and they should. But a referral agent is restricted only to sending referrals. Got it? Now, fingerprinting and, okay, when you go to get fingerprinted, you got to bring that fingerprinting form with you, but they're going to give you what looks like a cash register receipt. Do not lose it. You need to send that in along with that fingerprinting form that I showed you before. Make a copy of that cash register looking receipt because it has information about your fingerprinting records on it. Okay, you need to send that into the state to get your license too. Do not throw it away. If you do, they're not going to give you another printout. You're going to have to pay to get fingerprinted again, my friends. So that's you submitting to a criminal background history check when you file that additional $50 that's in your licensing fee built into the original licensing fee. That goes to the criminal background check, not the fingerprinting place. Okay, the real estate commission will do that background check or have the FBI do it anyway. And with licensing fees in the form, the licensing fee has to be paid in the form of a certified check, cashier's check, or broker's check, or money order. No personal checks from you to get your license. Made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey for $160. And then you send all that stuff in to get your license. This is the whole process right here. All right. Salesperson's license exam, let's see, information, appointment, what to bring. Well, they should have a calculator there for you. If you're going to bring a calculator, just bring this. You cannot go in there with your cell phone. If you go in and they catch you looking at a cell phone when you're taking the exam, boom, you failed. Goodbye. Hey, you're not supposed to be there with any kind of recording device, which a cell phone can be. All right. They don't even want you bringing your pocketbooks into their, they may have a locker for you to put it in or tell you to lock it in your trunk of your car. Or you could just take it online. If you take the exam online, you have to have your webcams on. I know a lot of you do not have your webcams on right now as you're taking this class today for whatever reason, but you cannot, if you're taking the exam, your camera must be on and so must the audio. They want to make sure you're not talking to anybody in the room. It's recording the audio and it's recording the video. If somebody else walks in that room, you're having conversations with them, you know, you cannot do that. So let your family members know, do not enter this room until I come out. You know, no exceptions, you know. If you get up and you leave the room, if you're looking repeatedly down at something, you know, that's why they want you to take the camera and scan around the room. Make sure that you don't have a book or notes or cheat sheets or anything like that laying around while you're taking the exam. So you get 4 hours.
Question, could we have like scrap paper for like the math portion of it?
Yep, you could do that at home or in the exam center. They'll give you scrap paper, but they won't allow you to take it with you.
Okay.
They don't want you copying questions. Okay. All right, the passing grade 70%, which means you need to get 77 correct. That means you could get 33 wrong and it's still passing with a score of 70%. You could begin working as soon as your name is posted in the Real Estate Commission license database. I made a tiny URL. This is a shortcut to that database. tinyurl.com/NJRE license search. This is what it'll forward you to. This is the actual link here with some dashes and dots and slashes and underscores. So here, let me actually see if I could copy this link for you. Oh, nope, I didn't get it in time. Anyway, the link is actually this. It's tinyurl.com. There we go. NJRE licensing search. And then you see it forwards you to this place. So I'm going to give this link to you guys in the chat window. This is a shortcut. You may want to copy that. That's a shortcut to the Real Estate Commission's database where you could search the license. So after you submit your package to the state to get your Real Estate Commission, your license for the first time, once your name shows up in this database, then you're licensed. The only thing you need to do is put your name in there. Okay, so I would put my name in here, Kaminsky, and then my first initial V, or Kaminsky, comma V. And then I do a search based on that. And boom, came back. So if I just put my last name in there, Kaminsky, and I do a search, well, there's a lot of other people with the name Kaminsky too. Old licenses that have been active, inactive, referral agents, you know, I'm surprised there's that many Kaminskys, but okay. If I do Kaminsky V, my first initial, comma V, or even Victor, boom, there we go. One person comes back. This is my, see the reference number? That is my license number. EMP reference number, can you guess what that means? Employer's reference number. That's the employer's license number. So I actually have 2 brokerages. Jersey Brokers is my regular brokerage firm. That's my license number. And Quality Relo is my referral agency. So that's the license number I have for that. You know, and you can see it says actively status as the broker of record. So once your name is showing in this database as actively licensed, guess what, guys? You can now work. Well, then you could go print your pocket card. You copy this license number, this reference number here, because that's your license number. Now you know your license number. And now you could go to the Real Estate Commission's website with this license number to create a login for yourselves. So to print that pocket card, you guys can go to, here's the link. I created another one, tinyurl.com/pocket license. Okay. Let's click on that. And that takes you here to another long link with all kinds of dashes and underscores and stuff. So let me try to get you that short version. tinyurl.com/pocket license. There you go, down here. And so I will put that in the chat window for you guys as well. So you print your pocket license. Boom. See, I make these shortcuts. So if you guys never heard of tinyurl, it's if you ever had a long domain name that you want, a long link that you wanted to send to somebody, but it was crazy long. There's several websites like this. Tinyurl is just one of them, where you go to it and it shortens the link, makes it more understandable that you could send to somebody. And so then you would take your license number that you just copied from that other database right here. You take your license from here, and then you would then put it in here to create a login for yourself, or to create a login for yourself. Or you can put your last name and first name in here, and then it'll allow you to create that a login for yourself, and then you can print your own pocket card. Okay. I'm walking you through these steps because nobody else is giving you these links. You're going to have to start trying to figure out if your broker can give it to you. You're going to have to try to navigate this yourself later. I'm giving you these links. Most schools do not, guys. All right. Or you could just get them from this slideshow. Again, I put it all on the slideshow, and all these links are also available in, where else can you find them?
Shared drive.
In a shared drive in the Word document. So basically, when you go to that folder with the slideshows, there's this class links Word document, and I have all of these links in that Word document as well, where you could also get all the slideshows that I am presenting to you right now in this presentation. Okay. All right, here are all the places, all the testing centers. If you actually want to go to take your exam in person, here is where all those testing centers are. It can be found on page 8 of the book. Brick, Cherry Hill, Hamilton, New Brunswick has 2 locations. Oh no, North Brunswick has 2 locations, I think. New Brunswick on Georges Road, New Providence, if you're in Union County, North Brunswick, Shops of North Brunswick, Northfield area, Parsippany, Rochelle, and Secaucus. These are the places where you can go and take those exams. All right, so what's the last thing you highlighted on page 6 so we can get those highlights out of the way? Temporary license, was that the last thing you highlighted? Page 6?
Yeah.
All right, under continuing education for license renewal. Oh wait, did I have you I had you highlight something under there, didn't I? In the second paragraph. If not, highlight the first 3 lines in the second paragraph under continuing education for licensing renewal. And then at the bottom of the page where it says failure to renew, highlight the first sentence. If the broker or salesperson's license is not renewed for 2 consecutive years or more after the expiration of the last license, it becomes void. What to bring to your fingerprinting appointments? Well, you could see that on the fingerprinting website where you register for fingerprinting. But you need 2 forms of valid ID. You know what? Let's go to that. Actually, you could find that out here at uenroll.identico, what the documents need to be brought. All right, so 2 forms of valid IDs. One must be a valid US government issued photo ID. Make sure it's not expired. It must be valid still, has a photo of you on it. Like a driver's license, a US issued passport. For some reason, they do not accept firearms IDs, even though they got your fingerprint on it. You did state police, sheriff's department, all kinds of background checks in order to get a firearm in this state. And yet they don't accept it as a valid ID. But they'll often accept a library card, go figure, or a credit card. So stupid. That's the anti-gun mentality of New Jersey, or anti-Second Amendment right. All right. I believe they will accept the Canadian government issued photo ID too. But once again, check their websites for all the acceptable forms of ID that you saw on that drop-down list earlier. You could go to Identigo to find that out. You will also need to bring these IDs to the testing center, to the exam center too. Okay. This link can be found at the bottom of page 7. So on page 7, you see at the very bottom of the page, there's this website link to the Real Estate Commission's website, where you print out that form. And it has the link to the testing center, as well as the link for this fingerprinting, uenroll.identigo. Let's see, how much is it going to cost to get fingerprinted? Fingerprinting is $66.05 currently, according to the book here. At the top of this page, under licensing fees, how much does it initially cost for a salesperson or broker's license? Highlight 1 there is $160, and 2 there is $160. And then number 3 for a broker and a broker salesperson is $270. And then go down to beneath the list and highlight renewal fees are $100 for salesperson or referral agent and $200 for brokers. Turn to page 8. So you can see, actually go to page 9. There's nothing else on this page that we need. Go to page 9 and you see what to bring. 2 forms of ID, at least 1 government issued photo ID, yada, yada, yada. US government issued alien registration card or Canadian government ID card. The ID contains the candidate's photo and be valid and unexpired. You know what? Put a highlighted box around the entire section there of what to bring for exam/fingerprinting.
On page 9?
Page 9 at the top, correct.
Okay.
And then we go down to the guarantee fund section. This is exam stuff. My slide is probably good to study from. I'll have you highlight all this stuff over here too, but mine probably explains it maybe a little bit better, but either way, it's all good. So what is the purpose of the guarantee fund? I'm going to read it from the slide and then we'll go to the book and we'll do the highlighting. So the purpose of the guarantee fund, it's to reimburse members of the public who have been wronged, robbed by a licensee, the broker, or one of their unlicensed assistants, okay? So they suffered a monetary loss due to the wrongdoing in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker, one of their licensees, or unlicensed employee of the broker. Each salesperson or referral agent at the time they get their license, pay $10 into this guarantee fund, and each broker or broker salesperson $20 every time they every time they initially get their license. However, if that fund runs low, the Real Estate Commission can reassess this fee to the guarantee fund, to the licensees at the time of license renewal. That's never happened since I've been licensed in 2004, I think it was. I was licensed in 2004. I sent my stuff in 2003, got my official license in 2004. It was around Christmas time, kind of like you guys are getting into now. But so 2004, it's never happened since then, you know. Now, in order to make a claim against the guarantee fund, the party has to first sue. They have to file a lawsuit and obtain a court judgment against the offending party. The Real Estate Commission has to be named as party to that lawsuit so that they're aware that there's a problem and something is going on to begin with. If unable to collect on that judgment, the person who was wronged has 6 years to file a claim against the guarantee fund for reimbursement. A criminal complaint must also be filed against the offending party. And the maximum payout is $20,000 per offense, and there could only be one offense per transaction. Now, if there is a payout from the guarantee fund, what happens to the licensee's license? It is revoked. It's not suspended. It's not put on probation. It's revoked. Your license is immediately revoked once there's a payout from the guarantee fund. Because take a look. There's nothing immediate about this process. What had to happen for there to be a payout? You stole someone's money, basically. You didn't pay them back. They sued you. You said, I don't got no money to pay you back. Because it's one thing to get a judgment, which is basically a decree from the court on a piece of paper saying this person owes you money. It's another thing to collect on that money, right? You can't get blood from a stone. They don't have it. So you can't collect that money, then you could file that claim against the guarantee fund, but you'd also have to file a criminal complaint against that agent who stole your money. So when that happens, the REC will promptly revoke the license. Now, it may be possible for you to get your license back at a later time, probably at least 5 years down the road. But you would have to show remorse. You'd have to show that you paid the money back to the guarantee fund, right? Because they don't want to have thieves, liars, and crooks as licensees, because they have access to people's financial data, they have money access, they got keys to people's houses. So they don't want just anybody getting a real estate license, being able to get a key to open up a lockbox like this. This is what a lockbox looks like, a key lockbox. We call this a Supra box, a Supra, because it says Supra there at the bottom. Yeah. These lockboxes is what we put the keys to the house in. And they don't want you to have access to get into people's houses with keys. If you're a criminal, you're a robber, a liar, a thief, rapist, whatever it is, you know, they don't want you getting access to people's houses, right? It only makes sense. All right, so it may be possible to get your license back years later if you do show remorse, that you changed your ways, you found Jesus, all is well in your life now, and you've made restitution, including interests on that reimbursement. All right, now what to highlight pertaining to this? Highlight the title, Guarantee Fund. You guys will get several questions on this on school and state exam. Highlight the title, Guarantee Fund, and then highlight the first sentence, which is basically the first 2.5 lines. Then go down 2 lines, and in the middle of the line, you're going to highlight may apply within 6 years to the Real Estate Guarantee Fund for repayment. Then in the next paragraph, after the comma, on the first line, we're going to highlight each salesperson contributes $10 and each broker salesperson's $20 to the guarantee fund. Now we all know that the state treasurer, they're the ones that manage the state's money. So we don't have to highlight anything pertaining to that. Highlight maximum payment for a single claim is $20,000 per offense. Me. And then the last paragraph, we're going to highlight once the fund pays a claim against the broker, that salesperson's license is revoked, and underline the words revoked. I'm not going to have you highlight until the fund is reimbursed with interest, but because I mean, it does need to be paid back, but chances are you're not going to be trying to get your license back years later, and you're not going to get your license back definitely right away just because you'd be like, oh, my bad, I got caught. Now you took my license away. Let me pay it back real quick. They'll say, okay, thank you for giving the money back, but you ain't getting your license now. You just robbed somebody. They sued you. You still didn't pay them. They filed a criminal complaint against you. They had to make a claim against the guarantee fund, and only then you say, my bad, right? So you think they're going to give you the license back right away? Not. Probably not. All righty, rental referral company. Well, okay, so here's just a breakdown of everything that had to have gotten done in order for there to be a payout from that guarantee fund. All right, now rental referral agencies. What the heck is a rental referral agency? You may be asking yourselves. I mean, any real estate company can do rentals, right? Right? Yes, they can. So what are they talking about here? Well, a rental referral agency is one that deals with the kinds of rentals that licensees usually don't like dealing with, because a lot of times you would need to, it'd be a big waste of time for most of them. But some real estate agents or created companies out of this, realizing that this was a niche market. Most agents don't want to do these because there's not a whole lot of money to be had in it. But if you specialize in it and there's not a whole lot of agents that are doing it, guess what? There is a whole lot of money to be had in it. So rental referral agencies are basically when you go to apartment complex owners and you say, I will advertise your units that you have available here, whether they're studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartments, what have you. I will advertise them. And when we get somebody who's interested in renting from you, we realize you have your own rental office and your own rental agents. But if anybody was referred to you from our company and they end up leasing with you, you will pay us a rental referral fee. Okay, whatever that fee is. Okay. Most agents, they don't deal with apartment complexes. We deal with property owners directly. So if you have a 1-family, 2-family, 3-family, 4-family house, whatever like that, apartment building, you know, maybe if the owner came to us, we would take a listing on the property and then we would list it and we'd be the exclusive agency to market it for rent. But when owners have their own rental offices, you know, they got their own rental staff, you know, they usually don't want to deal with us. Okay. But when you got a company, here's one company that's local to us here. I know there's a couple companies like this in New Jersey, but this is one of the biggest ones in this area. Normally, I don't mention company names, but you guys ever hear of the Best Rent NJ? Probably seen their building there on Route 9 or in Edison on Route 1. Next to Woodbridge Mall, they got that tall number 9 building. Yeah, no. They got the blue and orange signs. Okay, maybe not. Anyway, so I'll show you their website in a second, but every person working for a rental referral agency who for a fee, first prospective tenant rental units, is required to have a real estate license because you're still dealing in real estate in exchange for something of value, right? And they have to enter into a written contract with each prospective tenant and landlord if you want to earn a commission. We cannot get paid a commission unless we have some sort of an agreement that we're working with somebody, whether it's a buyer, renter, or an owner. No property can be offered or a commission earned without the owner's written consent. You can't just be like, hey, I found you a renter. Now you need to pay me. Okay, don't work like that. They got to hire you. They got to have at least an agreement with you that you're willing to pay you something. You know, you can't just say, hey, I brought him, you got to pay me now. Right? That would be silly. Availability of properties. When you're advertising a property, the ads must be accurate. Because an apartment complex has its own rental office, they could have rented out the units and there's no more 1-bedroom units available. They've all been rented out. There's no occupancy, there's no vacancies. Okay, so you can't still continue to advertise that they have a 1 unit available there. Okay, so because of this, we need to check with the property owner every day if you're advertising that property to see if they have a studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom available. Okay, listings that are not advertised, that are just kept in-house, you still need to check at least once every 3 days to see if they still have a unit. So basically you're calling that building owner every day. You have studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 bedrooms available today. Boom. Okay. So this way you're not doing any false advertising. Why? Because let's go to their website, bestrentnj.com for a second. I'm going to show you why. It's the only reason why I'm going there, show you examples, I'm not promoting anybody. Okay. So here's their website, Best Rent NJ. You can see they have different properties. Here, let's look at this one, Evergreen Forest in Woodbridge or Avenel. They have 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments available. Ah, they look pretty nice inside. All right. The exercise room. See how they have professional photography done. They do floor plans and all kinds of stuff. And they put it on the high traffic website. So this is how they convince the property owner to list with them. Oh, 2 weeks free rent on select apartments too. Look at that. Okay. You see this here, available now, available soon. This used to say no vacancies. They changed it to available soon so that they keep all their advertisements positive. This is something I tell you people to do all the time too. Always keep your ads positive. Don't put negative words in ads like no, right? No is a negative word, you know. Not handicap accessible, you know, even though that may be a true statement, it's a negative statement, okay? If it's not handicapped, if somebody's handicapped, they'll call you and ask you if it's handicap accessible, and then you could talk to them on the phone about it. But don't put that stuff in an advertisement. Keep your ads positive. But anyway, you could see here that these different 1 and 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms are available, or they're marked available soon. It's basically saying it's no vacancies available. Okay, but they do it in a positive spin. Okay, and then there's the application that they could click on. You click on one of these units here, you could actually see the floor, what the amenities are, and sometimes they even have floor plans. Okay, then you click on that, you see it shows you the floor plan of the layout. So they do a nice little job like that for it, putting in those floor plans and such, where somebody who's shopping can look for this. So it's very enticing to a property owner. Hey, we'll put together a nice page for your complex here or for your building that you have, and we'll advertise it on our high traffic website, and which is advertised on other places too. We'll talk about all the amenities. We'll put floor plans in place. We'll talk about what's in the area. We'll have a write-up with a map. We'll show people what the schools are and all kinds of other amenities, you know. And in exchange, if anybody rents from you and they found that apartment through our website and our agents, then you agree to pay us a commission. That's what a rental referral agency is in a nutshell. Okay. So, can you ever advertise a property without the owner's permission to advertise it?
No.
Of course not. Can you ever advertise something as available when in fact it is not?
No.
No, there's truth in advertising that, right? Look, I had a broker work for me one time. Before I got my broker's license, I actually I opened up my own brokerage and I hired a broker. So, interesting character though. Had a conversation with him talking about his, how he got into real estate and all that stuff, and shooting the breeze. And he's like, our family's been in real estate for ages. He's like, my dad was in the real estate. His dad was in real estate. He's like, growing up, my house was always for sale. He had a voice like that, very scratchy voice, And I was like, oh, so you moved around a lot? He's like, no. He's like, my house was always for sale. We always had a for sale sign up there. People would call up and we'd tell them that the property's no longer available, and they would flip them to something else. You can't do that. That's illegal. All right. That's a bait and switch scheme. You cannot do that. Do not get any ideas. I'm not telling you this story to get ideas. Okay. You don't do that. If the property's not actually available for sale, you cannot advertise it as for sale. Okay. Which is what he was telling me that they were doing growing up. Okay. Advertisements must be accurate. If it's not available, you can't advertise it as available and then just flip people to something else. Okay. Now, any advanced fees that a renter may pay, $25 or more, has to be deposited into the escrow account or trust account. Anybody know what an escrow or trust account is? It's a bank account where we put other people's money for temporary short periods of time, and only other people's money. So anytime we have a renter that's putting down a deposit for an apartment, or a buyer that's going to purchase a house and they put down their deposit to purchase that house, we have to put it into an escrow account. Escrow or trust account, it means the same thing. It's a bank account where we keep other people's money in. All right. So on page 10, I want you guys to highlight actually, on the first line, no rental property may be offered without the landlord's consent. What does that statement mean? They're basically saying you can't offer the property without the listing, unless you have a listing. And if you have a verbal agreement, an oral consent must be confirmed in writing within 24 hours. Okay, we're not going to highlight that. Highlight units that are advertised must be checked every day to see if they're still available. Units that are simply listed must be checked every 3 days. That one I know is going to be an exam question. If a prospective tenants are charged an advance fee, highlight advance fees of more than $25. Regulations require depositing those funds into an escrow account.
What's an escrow account again?
It's a bank account where we hold other people's money, and only other people's money, for a temporary period. Your broker will have the escrow bank account, not you.
Okay.
So you'll turn over those money to your broker, and your broker will deposit them in the escrow account. You'll also supply the broker with a form that shows whose money that is and what it's for, and that you're the agent on that transaction.
Okay. Thank you.
So your client gives you the money, you give the money to the broker puts it in the escrow account and does some bookkeeping because they have to keep track of whose money it is and how much they gave us and how they gave it to us. Did they give us cash? Did they give us a check? Is it a certified check? What did they give us? Okay. All right, and that concludes this chapter. But I have some information here about interstate property sales because in the older version book, they actually had some more information in this chapter, and I still have it here on the slide. So I'm going to go over it with you just a little bit anyway, even though we'll go over this again when we get to that later chapter. This is like in close to the last chapter here. Interstate property sales. Regulations are contained in the Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act that protects consumers from undue sales pressure from unscrupulous developers and marketers. The Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control, that's a department within the Real Estate Commission, must approve certain new construction out-of-state properties that are advertised to New Jersey residents. Anytime an out-of-state property can be marketed in New Jersey, it must be registered with the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control. Now, that only deals with new construction. Basically, they ensure that the property exists and that they're not selling you some swampland in Florida where there's nothing there. Okay, this has happened before in the past. You know, I'll sell you at a bridge to nowhere. You know, so to ensure the property exists, that it's properly bonded and licensed, and they have the funds to complete the project and all that stuff. And buyers of these properties have a 7-day right of rescission. So anytime you make an offer on a new construction for an out-of-state property that's marketed to New Jersey residents, you have 7 days to cancel the contract to purchase those lands, that property. Now, the same rule applies to new construction within the state of New Jersey too. We're going to go over several rights of rescission and what the term right of rescission means. It basically is your right to cancel a contract, to rescind, to take back your offer, basically. Okay. I have another slide that's coming up right after this, where we talk about all kinds of rights of rescission throughout this book, and they're spread throughout the book, that you have to know the timelines for these rights of rescission. I put it in one neat slide, all those timelines together, that you could just study that one slide. Make your notes easy. All right, next up, advertising language rules. When it pertains to language, you know, you may speak a different language, multiple languages, right? When it comes to advertising rules, whether it's new construction or in-state or out of state, we cannot advertise, or actually doesn't even have to deal with new construction only. Anytime you advertise a property for sale, all the contracts and disclosures must be available in the same language that you advertise the property in. This rule doesn't apply to general real estate ads about, hi, I'm Victor, use my real estate services. I'm the greatest agent in the world, okay? If I do that in a different language, I don't have to have contracts and disclosures available in that language. Because I didn't advertise a property, I advertised my services. You follow where I'm saying? It's when you advertise a particular property in a different language, all the contracts and disclosures need to be available in that language that you advertise in. And you cannot do the translation of them. You need to get a professional transcriptor that is basically a paralegal. They have the legal knowledge, because some words in languages have a different legalese meaning in their language, you know, because the law, you know, legal language, you know, like common words in the everyday English language can have some common words have a separate legal meaning to them. So we need to make sure that if they're being transcribed by somebody, that they're being transcribed properly, not just what that word means in a different language, but also to make sure that it doesn't have a separate legalese meaning to it too. All right. So here's that slide I put together for you guys to study. Let me make sure that these page numbers are correct. I believe they are. I believe I did update them already. I did. All right, good. So you may want to take a picture of this slide, print out this slide, whatever. This is a good slide to study from all of your rights of rescission I put together for you in one nice, neat little place with a bow. So the word rescission is your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. So if I ask you, what is the right of rescission? I'm basically asking you, what is that time period? Okay, so here are the rescission periods for sales contracts. There's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. These are those properties that need to be registered with the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control. It's 7-day right of rescission. Now, if it's new construction in state, if it's at least a complex of at least 100 lots, 100 units, or if it's less than 100 units, there are common area elements involved, they need to follow this law too. They get a 7-day right of rescission as well. And you can find that on page 317 and 318. When we eventually get there, we'll do some highlighting. We're not going to go skipping there right now. There's a 5-day right of rescission for new construction, not for resale properties, only for the new construction properties. For the discovery of off-site conditions. What is an off-site condition? It's anything that's not on the subject property. For instance, I build a house. I bought a property, I tore down the house and I put new construction, I replaced that, put a new house there. And now you're buying it, you put an offer in on the house. And every time you came to see the house, you came down this one street from this one direction. Now, on this one occasion, you happened to come from the other direction, or you drove down to the end of the block like you didn't normally do. And now you see the city dump is down the end of the block. And you're like, wait a minute, I don't want to buy new construction down the street from the city dump. Well, how long do you have to cancel this contract for that reason?
$5 days?
5 days.
5 days. Okay, that's your 5-day right of rescission for off-site conditions. An off-site condition is something that's not on the property that could affect your decision in purchasing. And then there's a 3-day right of rescission for, well, it's for any property, resale or new properties. This is your attorney review period. That's 3 business day right of rescission. Okay. Now, there's also a rescission period for mortgage finance contracts. There's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing property you already own, or for refinancing presently owned properties. That's property you already own. You guys know what refinancing means? You're getting a new loan. You know, you have a loan on your house right now, okay, and it's at a 6% interest rate. Well, currently the interest rates are a lot lower than that. So you could go get a new loan that pays off your existing loan and get it now at a much lower interest rate. They call that refinancing. Okay, that's what refinancing is. You're getting a new loan to pay off your existing loan at a lower rate. Okay, that's refinancing. So if you sign such a contract to refinance your house and then you decide, hey, I could get a better loan somewhere else at an even lower rate. Well, you get back out of this refinancing. You have 3 days after you close on it to cancel for the refinancing. There is no similar right of rescission for loans to purchase real estate. Any loan to purchase real estate is called a purchase money mortgage. So any type of loan, even seller financing, any type of loan used to acquire real estate, to buy real estate, is called a purchase money mortgage. And a good way to remember this is read it backwards. Mortgage, money to purchase. A purchase money mortgage, read it backwards, mortgage, money to purchase. Boom. Any loan that gives you more, mortgages money to purchase, boom, that's a purchase money mortgage. And how many rights of rescission are, how many days of right of rescission is there on that? 0, nada, zilch. Why is that? Well, where does that money go when you close? It goes to pay off the seller's existing loan balance. It goes to pay the realtors their commissions. It goes to pay off any outstanding taxes or anything. And then the seller gets the profit from that. All right, so good luck trying to claw back the money from all these different sources. Ain't happening. That's why there's no right of rescission. That's why attorneys even make a joke about it at the closing table. They're like, get your wrist ready. You're going to be signing away your life for the next 30 years because you're going to be married to this loan.
Oh.
There's no right of rescission after it. All right. Here's this guy again. Got another video for him here. Might as well play it. Couple-minute video. How long is this one? This one's got to be about 5 minutes at least, 5 to 7 minutes. But he tells you how much do real estate agents make. We already did a math problem on this, or a couple of them. We've kind of broke it down a little bit, but he goes over some good information here. So I'm going to take a little break and leave this video with playing with you while you guys can watch this video in the meantime till I come back. All right, so here we go. It's actually some good content in here. Go.
I sold over $4
let me mute. Shut off my thing. There you go.
billion worth of real estate over the last couple years. But what does that really mean? How much real estate agents actually make? Hello, all you beautiful people. A few things before we get started. Yes, the book is still strapped to my damn hands. If you could please pre-order Big Money Energy. My new book comes out February 2nd. I wrote it during quarantine. The link is in the caption. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. The little thingy right here. Really, really, really important. I love you so much. Like all that, send this to your friends. Most of you probably know me from $1 Million Listing New York on Bravo, a show I've been on for nearly 10 years. And on that show, they show me making money. The show is about selling property, personal life, and all that, but it's always capped by sale price, commission. And people see it like, whoa, $2 million commission, $600,000 commission. Wow, 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 wow. But it doesn't go into the splits, doesn't go into the taxes, doesn't go into the marketing fees, doesn't go into all the little details that break out that entire commission dollar amount. And so I want to bring some clarity to all of you who might be thinking about getting into this business, because this is the greatest business in the world. And until a house can figure out how to sell itself to another house, there will always be a need for real estate agents. Now, let me state the obvious. New York City real estate is very different from the rest of the world. Our average price point in New York is just over $1 million for maybe a room this exact size. The rule of thumb in New York is you're paying about $1 million a bedroom. Now, obviously, we've sold things that are much, much, much more expensive. We just sold a 3-bedroom for $36 million. And there's also things that are much, much, much less expensive. But on average, that's the way you work. The rest of the United States, the average home sale price is just under $300,000. So commission amounts obviously vary, and you have to sell a lot more in other places to be able to make nearly as much as real estate agents make in New York City. But keep in mind, the splits that real estate agents in New York have with the house, so the main brokerage, are a lot lower than what you'll find in the rest of the country, and for good reason. There are massive expenses in New York. Do you have any idea how much it costs, not just to live in New York City, but how much it costs to operate a business in New York City? It's very, very, very expensive. So for all of you who are not yet in the real estate business and you're thinking about it, but you're nervous because you know there's no salaries and everything is commissioned and you have bills and you have loans, you have life to pay for, I want to walk you through exactly how the numbers work, okay? So let's say you sell something for $1 million. The average commission in the United States, including New York City, is 2.5%. Now, sometimes if you represent both sides of the deal, if you're in a state where you can do that, you could get 5% or 4% or 3%, whatever you negotiate with that seller or whatever you've negotiated with that going into that deal. But more often than not, in the United States, the seller is paying a commission that is pre-negotiated with the seller's agent. The seller's agent then lists that property for sale in the MLS. By the way, in New York, No MLS. I know, it's crazy. And they advertise what the commission percentage is that they are willing to then pay the buyer's agent. So most often the selling agent goes to the seller and says, we can list it for X amount. So let's say $1 million, and the commission is gonna be 5%, because there's most likely gonna be a buyer's agent and we need to pay 2.5 to them and 2.5 to us, and we split it 50-50. So let's say you're bringing the buyer. Okay, you bring the buyer and it's an amazing place, well-priced, you jump on it, you get it for the $1 million, boom. Commission on $1 million listing would then say $25,000. Now, if you're a brand new agent, most real estate brokerages start their agents on a 50-50 split, meaning for every dollar you bring in, the brokerage gets 50% of that. And again, for good reason. They're helping you, they're training you, they're providing leads a lot of the time. They're giving you all the resources, everything, so that you don't have to come out of pocket. Remember, everyone needs to make a living. And the less the brokerage makes off of you, the less they're gonna help you. So $25,000 then is split in half if that's the split with the brokerage. So that's $12,500, and that goes to you. Now, if there were marketing costs, marketing fees that are taking off the top, maybe you had to get a taxi or some other expense and the brokerage paid it for you, so you didn't have to come out of pocket, that then gets deducted. Other real estate brokerages have desk fees, they have lead generation fees. So make sure you know when you sign up with your brokerage to be very, very clear as to what fees, costs, and expenses you are going to be responsible for, both upfront and what will be deducted from your check. I have agents who reach out to me every day who got into the business because of me, flattered, thank you, who say, hey, I just sold my first place. I was supposed to get $3,000, but I got $2,252 and all these things taken out. This is bullshit. Sirhan, have you ever dealt with this? Yeah, that's how the business works. Now, if you've only sold one place and you sold it for $1 million and you're a brand new agent and you're split with your brokerages 50-50, then all you're going to make that whole year is $12,500. And if you don't have any other marketing expenses, that's great. Your check will be for $12,500. Boom, bang, models and bottles. Hold the phone. Now remember, there's also taxes. One of the big things that independent contractors, which all of us in the United States and most of us in the world forget, net after taxes, costs, and expenses. Remember that. You live in the net. You don't live in the gross, you live in the net. That was important for me to remember too when I first got into the business. One of my first checks ever was for $24,000. And I was like, dude, I can do anything now. Smarts come a lot later, especially when your tax accountant then says to you, oh, hey, by the way, we need X amount of dollars. And you're like, from where? From you. But I don't have that. If you're in New York, it's upwards of 50%. So make sure you understand what your income tax liability is in every single state. One of the reasons I love this business so much is that everything is in your control, which is good and bad. Right? The good is that you can sell as much as you want. No one is ever going to tell you that you've sold too much real estate. The way you're going to make the most money isn't by just selling one home, it's by selling lots of homes. I haven't sold billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of real estate because I sit there and count every single commission check and every single expense. I focus on goals. Let's say you want to get to $100,000 in income by year 2 or 3. Okay, how are we going to do that? Let's break it down by how much you need to actually sell. So if the average home sales price in the United States is just under $300,000, let's say $300,000. Okay? The average commission is 2.5%. So $300,000 times 0.025 okay, is $7,500. That is the total commission. Whatever the split is with your brokerage, you can do the math, follow along with me. But let's say, like we did at the beginning, you're a brand new agent, you're getting tons of resources, you're getting a lot of help. So you agreed 50-50 with your brokerage, that's what makes sense. So 50% of $7,500 is $3,750. That's how much you're gonna make on average from one sale of a home that on average is $300,000. You want to make $100,000, your average home sale price where you are is $300,000. You need to sell on average just over 2 homes, hopefully more, every single month to make that number. The more people you know and that know you as a real estate salesperson, the more leads you're going to generate, the better your chances are of of getting those 2+ homes sold every single month. That is the business. There's obviously a whole lot more that goes into it. Maybe we'll do more videos like that. If you like this type of vlog, if you like this type of video where I just sit here at a desk and talk at your face, tell me in the comments, because maybe we'll do more of them. If you don't, also tell me in the comments. I like constructive criticism. And if you're new to the business, tell me what your income goals are this year in the comment section. And I, and hopefully everybody else, is going to root for you. If you're still trying to figure out how to sell or how to build a sales career, you have the Sell It Like Sirhan sales course, ryanserhant.com/course. You have my book, Sell It Like Sirhan. There's so many different places for you to learn. And don't forget, pre-order Big Money Energy. It is taped to my hand because above all else, what do you need to have to be a successful entrepreneur? Discipline. You thought I was going to say big money. Yeah, I know. I just thought you'd say that. Discipline. Okay, that's what it is. Make sure to smash that like button, my little pumpkins. Thank you so much for watching. And hold on. Sirhan.
All right, so there was a lot of information in there. That was a very informative video. Went over some of the math problems that we've already gone over, but it gives you a good information there and a good slap of reality too. But remember, you could always be working multiple sides of the transaction. You get both sides of the transaction, you get double the commission. You could have multiple transactions going on at the same time. So you could see your chance and your opportunity for explosive growth and tremendous income is there. All you got to do is try to get it. The way to get it, concentrate on getting listings. If you got listings, you got the chance, the opportunity of getting both sides of the transaction from the buyer as well as the seller. Twice the commission on one deal. Twice the commission, once the work, you know? So that's a great opportunity for you there. And
I sold.
let's see. So here's some examples of more math problems. Here's that question that I gave you before. I actually have it built into this slideshow here. So even if you watch the slideshow, that math problem I gave you earlier, I have it broken down a little bit better right here on the slideshow. I should also put out that little breakdown image over here for the, what was it? The commission breakdown with the image of how it splits from side to side. So I think I will do that. Let me just make a note for myself. And chapter 1 image. And I'll get that taken care of and update that. All right. And let's see. So this math problem we already did too. Right. Here's the breakdown of it. So it's got it built. It's built into these slideshows that you guys have access to. How many feet in an acre, shows you how to figure it out, how to figure out the frontage, how to figure out these problems step by step. So if you didn't get it the first time, you guys can download these slideshows. Now, keep in mind, you don't have to keep and download these slideshows. The ones that have videos in them may be kind of large in size too. You could actually save them. If you guys have a Gmail account, all right, then that means that you have access to your own Google Drive. In the email that I sent to everybody, I also gave you instructions. Hold on one second. I don't want you to see my emails, which may be from students. So hold on one second here. Let me open up a blank. Let me open up a blank email here. And show you a similar email that I send to you guys. Share drive. There we go. Back to the other screen, back to this screen, back to that screen. Okay, so here we go. So here's the email I sent you guys with the class share drive and recordings. You could see the This is the link that takes you to that shared drive that has all these slideshows and other materials that I'm talking about right here. Right underneath it, I created a YouTube video and I posted it that shows you how to copy files from my shared Google Drive to yours without having to download them to your computer first. You could just have them copied directly over. I think I'm the only one that ever created a video that's on YouTube that shows anybody how to do this. It's the only one I could find anyway. So that's that. And then we got test taking tips and bonus materials in the drive and the class playlists. Okay. Once again, your list, your class will be added to this playlist after today's recording. I create a list and I'll add it to it. And we'll have a playlist just for your class as well. All right, so that would be vouch. And so we go back to the slideshow here. I got several math problems giving these same things that we went over. Here we go, another one from that Ryan Serhant guy, who basically, he's a real estate broker now in New York. He's a publisher, he wrote his own book, he created his own brokerage. So he tries recruiting agents and stuff by doing these videos. So these videos are actually not that bad. So this is why I'm showing them. So this one is a little bit longer, I believe. I'll show some of it, but I'll fast forward through it. He talks about the steps of getting your real estate license in here.
#1 real estate agent in the world. They want to know, how do I sell almost $100 million worth of homes every month? Sorry, I intermittent fast and I'm hungry, whatever. So I decided to create a video, the video you're watching. I'm going to give you the 7 steps you need to take to become a $1 million broker like me. Hey, can you put these listings? Those listings, they look great. I'm going to show you how I went from being a broke, lonely real estate agent to being a big one with this huge team of 5 assistants who help me every single day. Sure, what's it for? Don't worry about it. Okay. So, step 1. You need to find the best real estate agent in your neighborhood, and you need to work for them for free. Yes, you need to be their intern.
No, you don't. He's just talking about a way that you could try to find the best agents and then you work under them to get that mentorship and training. Don't work for anybody for free. Well, actually, you're always working for free until you get a closing, but that's the idea that he's talking about.
And you're going to do a lot of things that you don't like getting coffee, shredding paper, getting their dry cleaning. But when you do this, it's going to give you the opportunity to realize if real estate brokerage is really for you with really low risk. And if you do right by that real estate agent, they're going to hire you on their team. Thanks, intern. Hello. You want to know where to get your real estate license? I'm glad you asked. Next step is getting your real estate license. All kidding aside, getting your real estate license is really, really serious. And the way you do it depends on where you live. So go to Google or ask your mentor who you just interned for where they got their real estate license. It's easy. See, I can type it in. How to get your real estate license in Texas. Pretty simple. Scroll down. Okay, step 1, must be at least 18. Register for and complete 100 hours of required education. Either the team.
Did you see that? In Texas, it's 180 hours to get your salesperson's license. Let me back that up a little bit. You see that? 180 hours. You guys are required to only take a 75-hour class. Stop complaining. Not that I heard any complaints from you, but we hear complaints. We got people that, can I finish it in a week? No, you can't. And by the time you get to the end of this course, you realize that because you're like, I need more time to study. I need more class. Well, here you go.
18, register for and complete 100 hours of required education. Either the team leader who you're interning for or the internet will tell you where and how to get your real estate license. And what's great is most times you can do it from home. You can also do it in person, which is the way I did it, or you can do it at work or at school. And what could be really cool is if you're doing it at work because you already have another job and you're getting your real estate license online, sometimes the person next to you wants to do real estate too, and you can ask them maybe to join up on your team and you can get going right away. Like Bliss right here. Dude, I'm getting my real estate license. You want to get... Okay, so now you got your license. Now what? Before you can go out onto the street and hold up your hand and say, hi, I'm a real estate agent. Would you like to buy or sell a home with me? You need to get your license sponsored by a brokerage. And better yet, you want to join a team. You don't want to do what I did when I first started and work by yourself and not know what to do, because most real estate agents who start and work by themselves, who don't know what to do, end up quitting and doing something else. So that's not what you want to do. And if you did step one, that mentor is your easiest first way in to that team. And the team's going to have all the resources, the knowledge, the know-how to basically be your continuing education into the business after you get your license.
Or you could simply get a broker that actually give you training and is willing to hold your hand. So interview brokers and ask them, what kind of training do you give? And do you have somebody I could go to if I got questions? Kind of the same thing.
And honestly, the best part about a team is that it's like family and everybody does everything together and they all love each other. It's super, super cool. What's up, team? So you're on a team. Now, step 4, you build your sphere of influence. And you do that in 2 separate ways. One, you do your warm sphere. That's your mom, your dad, your foster mom, your baby daddy, everyone you knew in first grade, everyone from Facebook, from Instagram. You reach out to them and you say, hi, my name is Bill. I'm a real estate agent now. Would you like to buy or sell with me? I promise you, your first clients are going to come from that warm sphere of influence that you're going to build. Your next sphere is your cold sphere. Those are people you meet on the street.
Let me stop right there for 1 second, though. Give you guys a little bit of a tip. Your sphere of influence is basically the sphere. It's a certain, think of it the circle, that's built upon. You start with the people that are closest to you, your close family members, your closest friends. Then you start building out to extended family, acquaintances, co-workers, friends of friends, friends from activities, all kinds of things. You start building out from that center. You reach out to everybody that's closest to you and you start working out, letting everybody who you know that you're in the business now. But don't do it like, he's not telling you exactly how to do that. Don't do it like making posts on Facebook. Hey, just got my real estate license. Who wants to let me practice on them on the single most expensive purchase you'll probably ever make of your life, right? That's probably not going to go down too good, right? So you should do it a different way. When you actually do get your real estate license, it's not a bad idea to post it online and post maybe your business card. Just wanted to let everybody know I now have my real estate license with ABC Realty or whatever the company is. Basically letting people know where you have your license. Okay. Some people may reply and ask, oh, I didn't know you even had your real estate license. Your reply should be, yes, I do. Right? Don't tell me you just got it, because they may say congratulations and all that, but they're like, he just got his license. Do I want to be their experiment? Right? So just that little tip.
People you meet like I did in Starbucks. Some of my first clients were pregnant women in Starbucks because they needed more room. And it's easy to do. Here, look, I'll show you how to do it right now. Hey man, my name's Ryan. I'm in real estate. Would you like to buy or sell? Okay, it takes time. Now you've got the ball rolling. You're licensed, you're on a team, you've got support. People are starting to know who you are, even on the street. What's next? Step 5, set up your day for success, also known as Finder, Keeper, Doer. If you read my book,
okay, so he wrote a book and he's creating his own strategies here to teach you guys how to get the business. Look at that look on his face. That's funny where I paused it. Anyway, he's got this little strategy. You even saw in the background his office, FKD, Finder, Keeper, Doer. Okay, it's his way of explaining a common thing that a lot of instructors would explain, but it makes good sense. And just pay attention, and you may want to take some notes on that too.
Take my course, you know that I set up my entire day and I calendar it so that I can be successful and generate leads. Finder is putting on your CEO hat. Set time in your calendar every day to go out and think about how you're going to build your new business as an entrepreneur, because that's really what real estate agents are. We're entrepreneurs who go out and try to find people to buy and sell homes. Next, you're going to set a little time for keeper. Keeper time is like the CFO. Keeper time is time you're going to focus on advertising money. How am I going to go out there and spend money to make money? Because scared money don't make money. Maybe that's taking 10.
Your broker is going to advertise the agency, but you need to advertise yourself. You need to create your own brand within that agency because you want people coming directly to you. You want to learn how to get the business. I'll give you tips a little bit later in the course on how to do that, but you need to advertise. You need to let people know you're in the business. You need to learn how to feed yourself those leads instead of relying on your broker for them. If you rely on your broker for leads all the time, you guys are going to starve.
$dollars that I have in my pocket and going to Starbucks and getting a couple lattes for people that could be clients. Maybe that's doing a mailer and putting stamps on postcards, whatever it might be. You have something to spend to make money. And then lastly is the doer time. Doer time is the operations. That's you actually putting the stamps on that postcard. That's you actually running up and down the street, showing the apartments, painting the walls of the little studio that you just got to rent for $600 a month. Finder, keeper, doer, FKD. You structure your day for success that way, and you will grow your business as a successful sales entrepreneur. I guarantee it. Okay, so your day is networking your ass off. You're using the other agents in your office. You're helping them, maybe running their open houses, and you're building. Now you feel like a true salesperson. Now what? Now it's step 6. Probably my biggest action item, maybe the most effective step. That's the 3 F's. Follow up, follow through, follow back. It's how I really have built my entire business, by structuring my day, finder, keeper, doer, by working with other agents and networking my butt off, and following up like it's my job, because it is my job, because I'm a real estate agent, and that's what real estate agents do. We follow up, we follow through, and we follow back. So the first F is follow up. That's making sure everybody I meet on the street, everyone I talk to, I stay on top of them until they die and their grandparents. I'm kind of joking, kind of not. That's my job. I'm going to follow up with everybody because when they think real estate, I want them to think Ryan. Then you've got follow through. Following through is the easiest thing to do, but the one that people have the hardest time with. It's just doing what you say you're going to do. If you meet someone at an event and they say, actually, I am looking for a home. Cool. You say, I'm going to send you something right now. I'm going to send when I get home. I'm going to send you a listing. Do it. It blows my mind how many real estate agents out there say they're going to do something and then they don't do it. And then probably the most important F is following back. Anyone that you've ever met, anyone you've ever worked with, going back to them. Hey, happy birthday. Hey, congrats on your 1-year closing anniversary. The house across the street from you just sold for a record price. Aren't you happy you got the deal you did? Follow up, follow through, follow back. Those are the 3 F's. That is step 6. You do that on top of everything else, you're now well on your way to crushing it. And now a quick word from our sponsors. This video is brought to you by...
Let me try to forward through his sponsors here and then just go through a little bit of the video. But he's giving you guys some solid information here if you're actually paying attention to it. It actually is good information. And when I post this video again, you may want to, rewatch this a little bit because there are some decent tips that he is giving.
By the good people over at Audible. When I was Audible.com, you can download Audible. It's right here in the link in the description. You text it to Audible Originals to be a better salesperson. Become a people finder. You are not a real estate agent. You're not real estate. You're not anything else. You are someone who goes out and finds people all day, every day. People who want to rent, people who want to buy, people who want to sell. And you want to find other real estate agents. Build real estate agent relationships next to you, both in your office, in other offices. Go to other people's open houses. Go to broker open houses. Go to networking events where other real estate like-minded people are and become part of the conversation. Now there's social media. You can meet new people through hashtags on Instagram. You can meet new people through DM on Twitter. You can meet people through LinkedIn, through Forbes. There's so many ways that you can meet new people, and you should be using all of those platforms to build your personal brand and to shout it from the rooftops through social media, because that's what I use social for. Both Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. I'm continuously reminding people every single day, actively and passively, that I'm the greatest real estate agent in the history of the world, and that when you think real estate, you should use me. And that's what it's for. So do that, as well as meeting people on the street and talking to your mom and your mom's new boyfriend. Become that people finder, and they will bring you more business. And a bonus step, step 8. I know the caption of the video said that there were the 7 steps to becoming a real estate agent, and that's true, but one little bonus step that I want to give to you especially is everybody else in the professional workforce trains. They study. Think about professional athletes. They make so much money. They spend 95% of their time practicing and only 5% of their time in their life playing games that we watch. Salespeople, for some reason, don't think that way. They spend 95% of their time in games, meaning they're with clients, talking to people on the phone, not practicing, not studying at all, thinking to themselves, oh, I'll just get more experience and I'll learn more. And then they spend maybe 5% of their time, maybe taking a course here and there. They don't focus enough. And so I'm imploring to you as my last little bonus step, I want you to focus, I want you to train, I want you to study. Being the best salesperson you can be who's gonna make the most money, whether you're doing this full-time or part-time, takes practice and it takes training and it takes learning from somebody who knows what they're doing. So I created a course just for you. You ready? This is how you do it. Turn negatives into positives. It's a really beautiful building to look at. And it's not like it's another residential building where everyone's looking into your apartment. Do you have a fireplace in your current apartment?
I don't.
Would you like one?
Why not?
There it is. I'm gonna walk you through how I've done everything my entire career and how I do it today. And that's what this course is about. I want to show you exactly how I did that.
All right, so that's him trying to sell his course, and that finishes the end of this chapter. But you got some good information out of it, and it doesn't matter who gives you the training, as long as you get training. You know, I've got some resources for you guys too. You know, look up David Knox, Knox. David Knox. He's a great trainer. Got these videos that teach you how to train, that teach you how to learn different aspects of real estate, how to get listings from for sale by owners, from expired listings, from what have you. You know, he's got these Monday meetings, office meetings that you could subscribe to and sign up for, these Monday coaching sessions. There's so you can take these videos, you can find them for free online, you could find them. Maybe your broker has videos of these. There's the ones that you could subscribe to and become get that professional trainer as your mentor. There's a lot of good sources out there. Some of them are very expensive too. You got like some of these Tom Ferry or his father. They both got these training courses, but they're very expensive. So I don't know how much they're worth it. But anyway, you could you see David Knox, Floyd Wickman, Tom Ferry, or I forget the other Ferry's name. They're something other Ferry, but they're good real estate trainers that you could find out there. There's a company out there called Low End Signs. Low End Sign Company has one called Tuesday Tactics. It's you could do a Google search on it for Tuesday Tactics. I also have the research and those links, I think, in the Word document for the class links Word document. That gives you some resources. Let me try to open that up again and see some of those resources for you guys for training and education and giving you tips. There's a lot more that I don't have on here yet, but I'm still compiling these resources for you agents, okay? Don't want to overwhelm you with all these resources, but I do have them available here in these Word documents and these videos that after you get your license, you may want to go through them a little more detail. All right, so let's see if I can find it here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Huh. Well, I don't have that one in the Word document, but I guess I'll add it now. But there's one that's called, I believe it's called Tuesday Tactics. See if I find a link to it. There's some good resources out there for agents that I like to share. think it used to be tuesdaytactics.com, but let me just make sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, this one wasn't through Lowen Sign, it was through Oakley Signs. But they created this website specifically for real estate agents called Tuesday Tactics. All right, here, I'll share this link with you guys in the chat window as well, Tuesday Tactics. And it basically gives you, it's like a blog. It gives real estate agents a lot of ideas for marketing and getting leads, as well as it looks like they're adding news to it. It's been a while since I've been here, but they have a lot of different articles and tips and ideas. They've been doing this for a while. I figure that if they give resources to agents, they could keep you close and keep you giving you marketing ideas on buying their products too. Oh, look at that. Here's something pertaining to New Jersey on November 16th, 2021. Joe Pesci sticks to his guns and sells the Jersey Mansion. Is that New Jersey mansion at full price? I'm guessing. Yeah. Let's see the full article on this. Maybe add this to our Facebook page too. I like to post news and articles like that. So Joe Pesci, actor. Let's see. Goodfellas, My Cousin Vinny sold his mansion. Where is it located? In Toms River, New Jersey. There we go. He bought it for $850,000. And what did he sell it for? Only $6.5 million. Only 7.5 times what he paid for it. Not a bad deal, right? Look at this. There's some website resources you get from them too for news, you know. All right. Either way, that's a interesting little tidbit there. But let's go on now to chapter 2. Well, let's see what we have. Hold on one sec. So Tuesday Tactics, that was another website for you guys for resources. I have tons of them that I will be sharing with you guys. But in the meantime, let's get started. Chapter 2 now. And while that opens up, I'm going to close out that slideshow for chapter 1. Save any changes I made. And I'm going to update that slideshow in the shared Google Drive. So I'm going to show you guys what I do. Here's that shared Google Drive with all the slideshows in it. I'm going to show you how I just drag up there the latest slideshow and I update it in that shared Google Drive. Any second. Maybe I have too many windows open. I don't know. Try doing that again. There we go. And replace the existing files. Upload. Bum, bum, bum. There you go. It's uploading and just like that, it's been updated now. So you guys now have the latest version of that slideshow with all the updates that I made today. Okay. So chapter 2. So commission rules. Now, actually, before we do the chapter 2 here, let me stop this for a second. Before we do chapter 2, on page 11, at the end of each chapter, there's key terms to review. I like to do these key terms to review with you. Basically, it works like this. There's only one for this chapter. I don't go over all the review questions at the end. You guys can do that on your own time, and you can see what the real answers are in the back of the book on what's that, page 585. And if you have any questions about how those answers came about, you couldn't figure it out, you could ask me in tomorrow's class and I'll work it out for you in the class, okay? But in the meantime, let's do the key terms to review, page 11. Everybody there?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So it works like this. I'm going to read out the answer from the right-hand side of the page. You guys are going to shout out what you think the corresponding answer to it is on the left-hand side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you get them. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Administrator of real estate licenses. Who's the administrator of real estate licenses?
A broker?
No. All real estate licenses. Who's the administrator of all real estate?
The
Commission.
real estate commission?
5 is A, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. Correct. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees. What do we call those state rules and regulations? Not the law.
Title 11, chapter 5?
There you go. Title 11, Chapter 5. So 12 is B. And what is Title 11, Chapter 5 also referred to as? That's not don't be looking at the list. I'm just asking you to pull it out of your head here. Title 11, Chapter 5, those rules and regulations of the real estate commission.
Isn't it statute 45? No.
That's the laws. So it's called the administrative code. Title 11, Chapter 5, those are the additional rules and regulations that the real estate commission creates. We call that the administrative code. The laws, real estate licensing law, that's Title 45, Chapter 15, or New Jersey statutes. Okay, so we got to be able to distinguish, even though we got to follow them all. Right. All right. A fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision.
Broker salesperson.
There you go. 2 is C, broker salesperson. Individual licensed to charge the public for real estate services. Who's the only person authorized to charge the public for services? The broker. 1 is D, correct. Law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey.
Title 45, chapter 15?
It is Title 45, Chapter 15, but they don't have that there as an option. So which?
Real Estate License Act.
The Real Estate Licensing Act. 6 is E, which is also known as New Jersey statutes, or like you said, Title 45, Chapter 15. You know, if you wanted to write 4515 next to that one, what was that? Licensing Act. 6 was E, right? That was 6. So that's 45:15, and right above it, you could write NJ statutes. NJ statutes. Right? Because it goes by either of those, but we got to go by whatever they put there on the multiple choice option lists. Okay. All right. Next up, that was E, member of a private real estate organization. Who is the member?
Realtor.
A realtor, correct. 7 is F. And money set aside, money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
Referral fee?
9 is G, that is the referral fee, correct. One license to assist the broker in the real estate transaction.
Salesperson.
Salesperson. True. Thank God you got that right? License you guys are trying to get. 10 is H. Reimburses people defrauded or badly served by licensees in the real estate transaction.
Guarantee fund.
4 is I, the guarantee fund. Thank you for knowing that. Salesperson who joins a particular real estate trade group.
Salesperson's licensed with a real estate referral company.
Listen. A sales
Is the realtor associate is something like that.
Realtor associate.
Okay, hold on. Let me read it one more time. Salesperson who joins a particular real estate trade group. What do we call the trade organization that we join?
Association.
The what?
Association.
The Realtors Association, right? And what do we call the members?
Associates.
Realtors.
But technically only the broker can be a realtor, the member. A salesperson who joins that association under their broker who's associated to them, we call them
A realtor associate?
Realtor associates. Now we connect the dots, right? So 8 is J, correct. Licensee limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker. That's all they could do.
Oh, salesperson's licensed with the real estate referral company.
Or a referral agent. You could just remember it like that, right? So 11 is K, correct. And then classes required for license renewal. What do we call them classes?
Continuing education.
3 is L, continuing education classes. That would be correct. All right. So we only got about 15 minutes of class here left. Not a whole lot of time, but nonetheless, we'll still start in chapter 2. I got it queued up. So commission rules and regulations in chapter 2. By the end of this chapter, you're going to identify standards set by licensing law, the commission's rules regarding brokerage business. You're going to explain the commission regulations for brokerage business relationships and advertising rules we're going to learn about. We're going to describe violations and penalties for violating licensing law. So we're going to go over a lot of crap in this chapter, basically, what they're saying. So we're going to start off with limitations on a salesperson. And on page 15, this is where we're starting out. A salesperson may not, and it says both the licensing law and commission rules set standards for licensees, with most of the obligation falling on their broker, with the understanding that the broker is responsible for the their associated salespersons observing the laws, rules, and regulations. We call that guidance and direction that they're giving, right? So we're going to highlight a salesperson may not, and then we're going to highlight the 3 bullet points there. They may not accept any form of compensation except from their supervising broker.
What page is this on?
Page 15, the first page of chapter 2. So you're highlighting you're highlighting all 3 points in that bullet pointed list, and above the bullet point, you're highlighting a salesperson may not. So a salesperson may not, and we started off by saying accept any form of compensation except from their broker. Here, let me reword that. Who can pay you a commission?
Your broker.
And only your broker. Maintain an escrow account or hold funds belonging to others. Who holds that money?
Broker.
We give it to the broker, and the broker is responsible for maintaining that bank account and holding on to that money. But we as salesperson, when our clients give us that money, we got to immediately give it to the broker so they could render their accounting and safeguard that money. And we're going to learn a little bit more about that in detail in this chapter. Salesperson may not work for more than one New Jersey broker at a time. Didn't we discuss that before too? If you're licensed in multiple states, you could be licensed under a different broker in each state. But in New Jersey, you could be licensed only under one broker at a time. And that's all they're saying there. Why? Because that broker is responsible for all your actions. If you're licensed under 2 brokers in the same state, who's responsible? The real estate commission keeps it simple. The only time where this really becomes an issue is if somebody's working in property management and all of a sudden they got a friend that wants to buy or sell a house, and now they want to sell their house. Well, property management companies are usually not members of the MLS. So they usually don't have tools available for those salespersons to engage in it. Plus, we have different insurance types for them. So most brokerages do not engage in property management that are also doing sales. And those who do and specialize in sales, property management are not doing the sales. So every broker who's licensed as a broker in New Jersey, I'm going to turn the page here, has to have a physical place of business. Remember, I told you guys there's no such thing as virtual offices in New Jersey. You have to have a physical place of business to conduct a brokerage. Now, the broker is allowed to have an office in their own house. Okay, keep in mind, we realize that nobody can just start a business out of their house. So provided that their house is in an area that's zoned for mixed use, you know, that you can run a business and the city's going to give you a permit to do that. Okay, so keep that in mind, provided that that's already in place. Then the Real Estate Commission does allow a broker to have a brokerage, an office out of their own house. But here's the rules for that. It must have a separate entrance visible from the street. So it can't be the same door that's used to come into your living room that you use to come into the business, okay? It's kind of like a split level house. You guys ever see those with the two separate entrances? You could see it right in the front of the house. Maybe one is for like a dentist office or an attorney or a chiropractor or even a dog groomer. Sometimes I've seen they have houses that are set up like this on a main road, you know, and it's mixed use zoning where they could use the house as a house for residential, but also as a business. Okay, it has that separate entrance visible from the street. They also have to have a sign with the words licensed real estate broker and the broker's name, of course. Now, the office must never be in the home of any of the broker's associates. You know, like a broker, salesperson, or referral agent. Only a broker is allowed to have an office in their house. Okay, so under main office, on page 16, second line, we're going to highlight that second sentence there that says, if the office is in the broker's own home, it must have a separate area with its own entrance visible from the street. Then go to the next paragraph and highlight the first sentence. The broker's name and the words licensed real estate broker must be conspicuously displayed on the exterior. Sometimes they even put it on just on the door in window etching, or if it's a glass door, they put the window etching there that says the broker's name and the words licensed real estate broker. Okay. Then the next paragraph, you should already have highlighted what full-time means, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now go down to branch office. Okay, in case, by the way, in case anybody's just watching this video and they don't know, you're going to highlight that that last sentence under main office. It says full-time means the supervising licensee is physically present in the office during usual business hours, 5 days a week, and is not otherwise employed. They don't have another job because they're supposed to be in the office supervising. And you wrote it at the end of that line, this is full-time for an office manager. Now, who can manage a branch office? Anybody with a broker or broker salesperson's license can manage a main office or a branch office, right? And the supervising licensee must be physically present in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours and not have another job. Wow, this slide is good. Let's see how many exam questions I could see on here. 1, 2, 3. I see 4. Hint, hint. Wink, wink, nod, nod. You get me here?
Yeah.
All right. I hope you guys are getting my subtle tips or subtle winks and nods here about things that you may see that are on the exam. All right, now a branch office, we're going to highlight that each branch office, the first sentence, must be under the direct supervision of a broker or broker salesperson and must have a duplicate license. That duplicate license wording gets real weird, so I created a slide just for that because they just put a little statement there, doesn't tell you much about it. So let's look at this slide to see what the hell that sentence, what that statement meant. Every brokerage office must have a copy of every licensee's license displayed for public inspection. Okay, now some brokers do this by framing them and hanging them on the wall, but you could also meet this requirement by putting them in a binder, you know, with those clear inserts, and it's in a binder that's sitting on the front desk or in a cabinet in the front. If anybody wants it, it's available for public display. Now, the main office has to have copies of all the licenses from everybody that's working out of that office, as well as any branch office. The branch office has to have a similar display of the license copies, but only for the people that are working out of that office. That's what they're talking about. I don't know if a question is going to be derived from that, but just in case, it's good to know. And then last sentence in that same paragraph under branch office, we're going to highlight no branch office can be in the home of a salesperson or broker salesperson. So we back up to here and we add that as one of the things here. The office must never be in the home of any of the broker's associates, licensees to prevent associates, licensees to prevent license lending. Weirdly worded. I'll have to try to find a way to clear that up a little bit, but never in the home of a salesperson, broker salesperson, or referral agent. All right, trust accounts. Somebody asked about this before. Well, check this out. I put together a nice slide here, actually two, that talk about it in detail, just the stuff you need to know. All right, but we'll just highlight the stuff we need to know here too, but I add some additional little zingers here in these notes. My slideshows are pretty damn good notes. Not to tap myself on the own back or anything, but all right. So next to the title, trust account, escrow account, because they mean the same thing. Well, let's first read what I have here. Brokers have two bank accounts. They have an operating account that's used for paying all their brokerages bills, paying their agents, their commissions, etc. Then they have a separate bank account, which is called an escrow or trust account. These are bank accounts where we temporarily hold on to other people's money to safeguard it during this transaction until it closes. On average, real estate transactions take about 60 days to close. That's temporary, okay? Short sales and other kinds of transactions like this can take longer, but either way, any money that a buyer gives us or a renter gives us, we have to hold it temporarily in this escrow account. This is not for long-term holding of security deposits by tenants. Okay, if you're involved in property management where you need to hold on to a tenant's security deposit for a long period of time, that you're a property management company basically, and you need to have a different type of escrow account, because the typical type of escrow account is a non-interest bearing account. If you're dealing in property management where you're holding on to a tenant's money for the long term, at least a year, you know, that has to be an interest-bearing account that the person whose money you're holding on to has to be given, they have to be paid the interest that is earned on their money. Because if they had that money sitting in their own bank account, it'd be earning interest that they would get to keep, okay? So that's the rationale behind that. I want you to write something with your pen next to the title of trust escrow account. Kind of a little bit of a sentence here, but here, let me first read it to you, and then you could know what to write and judge how much space you need based on how big you write. Okay, so let me read it first. I just wrote next to it that it's a non-interest bearing account unless for property management, long-term security deposits. Brokers must keep escrow records for 6 years. Okay, so I wrote, the escrow record keeping for 6 years is also something that'll be on the next page. So you don't have to put that last line. Just hold this next to escrow accounts, write this, non-interest bearing unless for property management, long-term security deposits. Oh, like I have here, non-interest bearing account. So what I have here in the first bullet point, non-interest bearing account unless for holding long-term security deposits. Boom, write that next to the title. If it's for long-term security deposits, it must be interest bearing. But most brokerages are not property management companies, so they're non-interest bearing trust accounts or escrow accounts. And let me know when you're done writing that.
Done.
Awesome. Everybody done?
Done.
No,
All right, just keep writing it. Non-interest bearing account unless for holding long-term security deposits. Let me know when everybody's done.
Done.
Done?
Done.
Done. Everybody done? Writing that?
yeah.
All right, awesome.